Okay, well, we are at 5 o'clock, and I think we should call the meeting to order. Welcome, everybody, to our July work session. Debbie, would you note attendance, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Originally we were going to have today's work session be primarily a training session. We have added a couple of items. The first is going to go first, and the second added item will be at the end. The initial one we're going to start with is our new superintendent, Mr. Scott Drew, is going to be presenting an update, a briefing on the reopening plan for the board and for everybody in attendance. So with that, I think we'll kick it off, Scott, with you, and you are welcome to share with us what you've got.
Well, thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, school board, and those of you watching in the community. I look forward to meeting all of you. And I just wanted to say thank you to the Silverton community for being so welcoming to me, so thoughtful with your kind words. I really appreciate it. I feel at home already, and that's really a good thing. So tonight I'm going to brief you on the reopening plan for Silver Falls School District. And as I've stated a few times in my communications to the board and to the community, we are sticking with a hybrid model at this point. And basically what that entails is some in-person instruction and then some independent learning activities as well. So I'm going to go ahead and take you through that. But more importantly, I want to go over with you the depths to which we've been planning, the level of detail, and the amount of thought that we've put into this reopening plan. We've literally been working round the clock and 7 days a week on this. And the information coming from the state, both from the governor and from the Oregon Department of Education, continues to change. However, we've managed to make adjustments to our plan up until this time, which take into account the new guidance that's coming our way. So I'm going to go ahead and walk you through that. And let's see. So we'll just start with a graph. And here we are. We're in the caution zone here. I just got out of a meeting with ODE and with a senior epidemiologist and we were going over metrics for when it's safe to reopen schools. And I'm telling you, I felt like I was sitting through a semester-long class in calculus that only lasted 40 minutes. So the governor is coming out with that data tomorrow. It's embargoed data, so I wouldn't even be able to share it if I wanted to, but it does give us a clearer picture on the road ahead. And if you'd like to go back, let's see. That's the website that we got this from, and one of our fellow principals kind of pointed us in the right direction there, but it pretty much lines up with other information as well. So we sent this out at the beginning of our planning stages, and most of you know that we started with guidance from the Oregon Department of Education on how we were going to reopen schools, and this actually started back in late May. And then we started identifying the scope of work that needs to be done, and we started working with what's called a blueprint. And the blueprint really was just a template for how to open schools in a safe manner, in a hybrid fashion, or in a fashion if you could comply with all of the guidance, you could open up your school to have 100% of your kids back. And that was all part of the scope of the blueprint. When we had the blueprint as well, we had advisory teams set up, both at the district level. We had quite a few teachers and community members. A board member was a part of that, school nurses, to advise the district on sort of the big picture things that we need to keep in mind, that we could then advise our schools with as well. And each school had an advisory team that they worked with also. Again, this was under a very, very short time span. And the other thing is everybody went on vacation right after that. So it was hard to get everybody together, but we did our best as a school district. Right now, where we are is right here on steps 3 and 4. We're right around the iteration of plans, but those plans keep having to be adjusted given the information that we have coming our way. As you know, the governor came out with a couple of new orders, which translated into a bunch of new guidance that we now have to go back to our blueprints and incorporate. We have our principals working on those, and we also have our district team working on the overarching district plan. And I'll get to what those big updates are in a minute. We plan to bring this back to the school board by August 10th because we have to have these plans posted by August 15th. So there's still a lot of work to be done. So basically, a hybrid model is a model where kids are coming at least 2 days a week of in-person instruction. All right, so we have face-to-face instruction, teacher with students. And then when they're not with us, they have an independent learning activity to do. So what's different about this model is it's not face-to-face instruction one day, and then teachers are online teaching the next day like they did in the spring. I think that's a big myth and something we really need to clarify. Teachers' responsibility in a hybrid model is actually teaching the kids in front of them. Because when some kids are off, teachers are still going to have the next set of kids the following day. And so that's why we have a focus on independent learning activities that's connected to the instruction that they got the day before. Some have given us, some questions have been asked in terms of why did we choose Monday as a no student day? Why do we have Tuesday and Thursday and Wednesday and Friday as the different configurations? And there's really good reason for that. The number one compelling reason is we didn't want kids waiting 5 days to then see their teacher again in person. All the research suggests that if kids don't learn something within 24 hours and have that firmed up, then their chances of forgetting that by the next day are actually pretty extraordinary. And so we wanted to make sure that we gave the kids the best possible situation with frequency in seeing their teacher. The other reason why we chose Monday was because most holidays fall on a Monday, and we simply get more school days if we're closed on a Monday and not a Friday. And so that was the other compelling reason. So it really came down to instructional minutes. It really came down to focusing on what our kids are doing when they're with their teacher. The other things that we have built into our hybrid plan, when we take a look at our focus on equity and what students really need, and the sobering fact that kids have been out of school for so long. And for our kids that don't come from stable homes, our kids who do live below the poverty line, our kids who do have significant obstacles to overcome, any longer out of school will cause irreparable damage to those kids. And so we've got to get them back. And they've got to be back more than 2 days a week. So in the off days, schools, teachers, and administrators will work on identifying which kids need to come on the off days. And those are kids that are most in need of reading and math intervention. And so we've designed this model so that those kids come back as well for a potential of 3, maybe 4 days. It just depends on the kid and the context and what that child needs and the school community. The other thing that's important to remember too is that our most vulnerable kids in any school community are our kids with special needs, particularly our kids in self-contained classrooms, particularly our kids whose only learning they derive from when they're actually at school interacting with their teachers. I'm talking about our functional skills kids, our life skills kids. Those kids only receive the benefit of education when they're actually in a brick and mortar school with teachers and staff. And that's something we don't talk about enough, and we should. So those students, we've made that a priority to have them in our schools, in their programs for 4 days a week. We wanted 5, we couldn't do 5 for a couple of technical reasons, but we'll take 4, and 4 is better than 3. So that's our best thinking moving forward. Yes, it may have been more convenient for the adults to have something like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, something like that. But we've made sure to keep our focus on what actually is best for the students, and how do we start the school year when we all come back. So when we all get to better times and we start whenever that start is, when all kids can come back to school, how do we make sure that those kids who were in dire need of support back then are able to catch up now? And so obviously I could speak for a lot longer about that, but we will go into what we're doing to ensure safety for our schools, and we'll start with the district. As a school district, we have a safety plan. And that safety plan for COVID-19, really the heart of that plan was developed by our district's nursing team. I really want to give a shout out to our nurses. It's unbelievable work. They put out an 18-page document that's the COVID-19 response plan. I've never seen anything as detailed, as thoughtful, the amount of care that went into making sure that every little detail in a school is accounted for. And a lot of that has to do with contact tracing, the protocols in place and how we log those, the family and staff education that they're taking the lead on, how we identify and how we operate sick rooms, managing health rooms in general, and then managing student health plans and managing the context to those plans as well. From a district standpoint for our leadership team, what we want to make sure is how are our services as a district aligned to the other buildings? And it's the reason why we're having all schools follow the same configuration, because we are a school district, not a district of schools. And we need to align things like transportation. That's an enormous algebraic equation that needs to be balanced. We have nutrition services, special education services, maintenance facilities, and staffing. That's just to name a few in a district of 4,000 kids and across 13 schools. So that's another reason why we have to have a configuration that the school district itself can support. By the way, we will be going into more detail in these items the first week in August when we have our community town hall. I'll be talking about that in just a minute. So just know that more is to come on that. When we get down to the school level, that's what makes this work so complicated, because we have to work through the guidance that we're given by the governor's executive order and from the Oregon Department of Education. And really what that centers around is this 35 square feet per child. They've actually clarified that now. It's actually 6 feet, 6 feet from any other child or adult. So it's actually a little more space. And so trying to figure out with available space, not just the space that's listed on the building plans, but actually usable space, has taken a long time to ascertain. So we can do this, but we can do the 35 square feet at 50% capacity. And that's why we have to bring kids back on an A-B type of configuration. It's simply because of the 35 square foot guidance that we're getting from the state. Each school takes the COVID-19 response plan and incorporates that into their building. That's uniform across all buildings. So schools are not in charge of coming up with the safety parameters of how to keep kids healthy, how to make sure we're not contaminating. That all comes from the COVID-19 response plan that then principals have pulled out and put into their actual blueprints. And so a lot of that is in the form of the contact tracing, and then the student cohorting is also where buildings need to come up with a plan, because with the new guidance that we've received from ODE, student cohorts or student groups need to stay intact and cannot exceed 100. So that's doable at the elementary level, but once we start getting into the high school level, it starts to become exponentially more complicated. And so we're working through that right now. We think we have a plan that's going to take a little bit of effort, because of course we're working within our collective bargaining agreements also. And those agreements are our agreements, and we need to make sure that if we're entering into changes in work conditions that we bargain those accordingly. And so we're staying in very close contact with SFEA. We have weekly communication meetings with them, and a huge shout out to their executive team. It's been a pleasure working with them so far. And our norms are rather simple, our meeting norms, and it's to keep open lines of communication and honest and productive. And we just want to know where each other stands on the issues of reopening and what the concerns are. And also talking about things, doing a couple things in a joint effort, like needs assessment for staff development has been one, and also making sure that we're taking their input for the surveys that we're sending out to Silver Falls employees as well. And then the last one is the mandatory face masks. That one is going to be a challenge, although we're working on that now. So where things stand now is that principals are reworking their operational blueprints here. And then we house those in a central location now. And then once they're updated, that will be before we meet at the board meeting to share with you what these plans are, so we can get your input and feedback. And my commitment to you is to get these to you beforehand so you can take a look at them and have a chance to ask questions. But those are the main two things, although there is a laundry list of things that go along with the guidance, but these are the two major ones that we're grappling with. The big part of what we're doing now that we have a hybrid model, now that we know how we're going to organize in the configuration, we know how we're going to align resources and services to that hybrid model, we're now in contingency planning for what happens with a short-term or long-term closure. And the chances of that happening, I would like to say, are small, but if you read the tea leaves and you go to the county websites and start looking at the data, there's a real possibility we may wind up in that situation. We feel that it's worth the risk of opening in a hybrid model for our kids. And we've been listening to our community and others, and we still feel like that's the best direction to head. But we are considering a delayed start. And that delayed start would mean that students would come back on September 15th. Teachers would have their pre-service week plus an additional week. So we would have 2 weeks to organize our professional development framework to give teachers the support, or as much support as possible, I should say. And we want to make sure that teachers in that model get support for implementing a hybrid model, but also either way, also get some professional development for operating in a comprehensive distance learning model, knowing that that may come. So in the short-term closure, we think we would be okay, because we could shift to a project-based learning model. And if it's just for several weeks, we could probably make that work. Although, we'd have to spend a little bit more time thinking about how we want to make agreements around that. What we're concerned about is if we go into a long-term closure, how are we set up and what would facilitate a smoother transition? And so we're right in the middle of talking about things that we can do proactively that would make transitioning into a long-term closure or even a short-term closure more efficient and smoother. And so in the high school, we're looking at block scheduling, for example. We've taken the 7-period day off the table. It's not going to work. All of you as parents know that trying to have 7 periods a day when you're trying to do that remotely is just not reasonable. It's also a time to try some other things out. And so we've been working with SFEA and talking about what would work and getting their feedback, because their executive team is heavy on the high school teacher side. So we've gotten some pretty good input there. And we've got enough information where we can start building a schedule to see if that actually works. We want to make sure that we're also within the collective bargaining agreements that we're working within as well. And if something needs to be bargained, then that needs to be clearly stated. And there are other curriculum considerations. That's going to be more of a cost consideration at this point. And that goes right into the 100% online option that I know our families want to hear more about. we are very, very close to making a decision on which vendor we're going to go with. So in a 100% online model, that is for parents to sign up for, that would either be taught by a third-party vendor or potentially by our teachers, but it's very complicated to determine that right now for many different reasons. I can talk about that at the end if you'd like me to, but for the purposes of the online option, we're basically looking at two different programs, Edgenuity or Edmentum. Edgenuity is more high school focused. We have a principal work group made up of K-12 principals that are researching these programs. They also have a set of 10 guiding questions that were directed by me, having to do with all the sorts of different teaching and learning that are related to an online option. And, you know, online teaching and brick and mortar teaching in a school are two completely different skill sets. They really are. And so they're going to report back to us on that and which program makes more sense and make a formal recommendation this week. And so we will communicate that out very soon. And then once we do, we will also clearly communicate out what the process is for parents to fill out a form to express their interest, and then we'll have a process going from there. Our goal right now is not to cap the program. I want to be really clear on that. That is just the best thinking of other districts around us. I think what we need to know is how many we have, and how far our funding will go. Right now, we are well below the 3% cap. We're about halfway there, about 65 kids, and I think our cap is at 125, at least by our calculations. So, and we feel that once we get our 100% online option up and running, that will give our parents another choice that they have to consider. And I know this is taking a little bit of time, but starting from zero, because there was not an infrastructure built beforehand like larger districts or larger economies of scale have, we're moving pretty much ahead of schedule at this point. So I'm pleased with that, and I'm extremely pleased with the work that my team has done and our other administrators. They're to be commended for this. And then other timelines, the first week of August, we really get rolling on communication. We will have a community town hall on August 6th at 7 o'clock. I will communicate that out to the entire community tomorrow. And that will be presented by myself and the superintendent's cabinet. And I have asked principals in the first week of August to hold a virtual staff meeting. What we want is for our staff to get the information first. Even though a lot of our staff, a lot of our teachers and other staff are also parents in our district, we just feel it's a courtesy that we need to extend to our own employees first, so they at least have a chance to ask questions and don't have to find out all of the information with everyone else. We just feel like there will be questions that they have that are specific to their jobs, and we want to give them time to ask those questions. And then I've asked principals every consecutive week to hold a community town hall with their own school community. And that's each week until the start of the year. And those will be voluntary, optional for parents to attend, but principals will establish the day and time which they're going to hold those. And parents are welcome to attend one or all. It's up to them. And so that is the gist of my presentation. I prepared for 15 to 20 minutes. I could talk a whole lot longer than that. I just want to make sure that I covered the main points. And Jonathan, would you like me to answer some questions? How would you like to proceed? How can I help?
Yeah, I think if any of the board members would like to ask, hopefully fairly brief questions, right? We do have some other topics tonight, but you know, if there are questions or comments, I would welcome them. And I guess Yeah, I can't see everybody, but I happen to have Lori's on my screen and I saw your hand. So you'll have to, go ahead, Lori.
Yeah, I was wondering, first of all, Scott, thank you for giving us this information. I know this is an incredibly challenging time. When it comes to the online option, how does one become eligible? Are all district, yeah.
Yeah, so we're not putting any restrictions on there. We're not making any judgments. We just, if parents feel that that is a viable option for them, then we want to make sure that we're providing that.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
So again, we don't have any plans to cap at this point, but we also need to understand that we have fixed resources, and one of those resources is funding. So we just want to make sure that we're being prudent with our general fund, because that's what's going to pay for that. And so we'll just have to see how many we get, but our goal is not to turn away families.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Scott, would you maybe give a 30-second quick math, pointer on why that matters, right? I don't know that everybody listening knows why there's a funding question when you talk about the online option.
Well, yeah, that's a good question, Jonathan. We have to go with a third-party vendor. Okay, so that's a service we have to buy. That's curriculum we have to buy. We are not set up in an infrastructure to where we can just go to a full online model. We're just not set up for that. We don't have the capacity right now. So if everybody had to go to 100% comprehensive distance learning because we had to close schools, that would look very different than online learning, an online option. Students would be in a class with the teacher, and the teacher there would be certain expectations where a teacher would need to reach out to those kids, make contact with those kids. We track attendance for the state, as well as other things. Social emotional needs are taken into account with the instruction in comprehensive distance learning. And then if we reopen schools, kids in comprehensive distance learning come back to school, whereas kids on the online program remain on an online program all year. So there's a lot of differences there. The other thing is the contractual things, where are we paying by the student or are we buying a district license? And so we're still working through the finances there, and we're going to go with the one that makes the most financial sense. But I don't think we need to limit the number of students in this program. At least that's the initial thinking we have from the information that's available to us. And we're just going to have to feel this out, given how many people actually apply.
Thanks.
Yes, Shelley.
Hi, Scott. Thank you so much for your explanation and your updates. They're excellent. Can you expand a little bit and explain to our community? We recognize that we have some SIA money, some student investment account money, which we thought was virtually gone. Measure 98 money that we're having. Can you differentiate, where that money is going to go and how that potentially can't be applied to an online, curriculum or online school, or how that works, just to be clear?
Sure. So let's start with SIA money, student investment account money. And that was from the landmark legislation that came about to fully fund education. And Silver Falls was set to receive $3 million of that funding, which is, basically it's historic. And we didn't think we were going to get any of it until about last week. We found out from the co-chairs of the Ways and Means Committee that we were getting 1/3. So that's $1 million. The application for the SIA funds is very in-depth. It's very detailed. And that plan has already been written and took months to write. In fact, the board, you sat through a presentation, I believe it was May, it may have been June, for how to spend the whole $3 million over a multi-year phases. And that plan was approved by the board and then approved by ODE. And so the SIA money needs to be spent on that plan. That was the plan that was written, that was the plan that was approved by the board, and that's the plan that was approved by the Oregon Department of Education. So it's really clear what we can and can't spend that money on. An online option was not part of that application. And it's not that online learning isn't important. I think we're going to learn a lot through this crisis, and that may indeed be one of the silver linings in this crisis. But we're not going to be spending SIA money on that. Measure 98, the High School Success Act, that has all sorts of different compliance and areas that it needs to address. And there may be some part for the high school piece, but that's something I would need to come back to you with. I just don't know. I'd have to investigate that. Basically, what we'd be looking at is a general fund expenditure here. And we have the financial resources to offer this as an option to parents. If we have to go into a closure, we're not going to be offering the 100% online to every single one of our 4,000 kids. That we don't have the money for. We would enter into a comprehensive distance learning model, and our teachers would direct that. And so I'm not sure, I hope that answers your question, Shelley.
I think I can, Scott, if I could add a
Please.
couple things to that. So maybe I'll start with Measure 98 and then finish with SIA. Is that the Measure 98 dollars were, pretty well already into the budget. And I think that's why there was so much advocacy from COSA and others around getting 100% of that, because most of those funds were already kind of built into what we were planning on doing. And for us, that's several staff members who we desperately need. And so when those funds were already pretty well directed towards that, the continuation of those programs and people that support those programs. I think the other important point on the SIA dollars was, from the outset, those were dollars that were designed to serve kids that the system is currently not serving. And when I say that, I'm not talking about just about Silver Falls, but just basically in Oregon in general. And so those dollars being directed, like Scott's initial comment is, for those students that desperately need to be coming to school, those SIA dollars need to continue to be directed, because we know that gap has widened as students haven't been able to come to school. So that would be another reason why sticking to the plan, because when we reopen, those students are going to need even more than when they left us in March.
Yeah, so thank you, Scott and Dan. I appreciate your explanation on that. I think it was, my intention was more for the community to understand, that I've had several community members ask questions, well, can we reallocate money from SIA or Measure 98 to, this unusual time, of education? And I said, we can't, we have a plan already, but I think explaining it now for our community was really my intention, and I do appreciate you explaining the differences. So thank you very much. That was great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Other questions?
Go ahead, Jen.
I don't have a question so much as just a thank you. I think this is really, really helpful in giving our community at least a sense of the scope of what you all are tackling, and that there are a lot of moving pieces and constantly changing. You had even mentioned earlier that Governor Brown is due to give additional guidance along with ODE on the 11th, which will be the day after we potentially approve this plan. So I think it really calls on all of us to just have a lot of grace and patience as we sort of build the road, as we walk it here, and try to figure out how to do the best for our kids that we can. So I really appreciate this as an opportunity for us to get up to speed with what you all have been working on, and also for our community to at least have a sense for it, because I know a lot of the details are still very much in process. So thank you.
Yeah, and I would say, just to piggyback onto the complexity of all of this, is that one of the things Governor Brown mentioned was that her office is working with the local health or the Oregon Health Authority and coming up with specific metrics for when schools are okay to reopen, when schools need to open in comprehensive distance learning. Now, and that stuff gets so complicated, at least for me. And, you know, I wasn't, you know, a mathematician, or a statistician. So it's hard right now to kind of gauge where that's going to fall, but we will be paying closer attention to these metrics, which will tell us if we're getting closer to reopening, or if maybe comprehensive distance learning is more on the horizon. And right now we're sticking with our original plan.
And I guess that could be, it could vary from county to county. We just
Yes.
don't know what she's going to,
That's right.
ultimately do.
Yep, and we serve 2 counties, so
Right.
you know, it makes it twice as complex.
Exactly.
Jennifer, I think you had indicated a comment maybe?
I have a question. Unless Jennifer, would you like to go first?
Can you hear me?
Yep,
My computer is giving me the low resource signal.
we can hear you.
Can you hear me right now? Okay.
Yeah.
So I can be the last question. Go ahead, Lori.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, how do charter schools fit into the online program? Because I know that they're unique, that they have their own board. Yet they are a part of Silver Falls School District. We have 2, so.
Well, you're right. They are unique and they are different, and which is why they're charter schools and they do have their own boards. And because of that, they're able to make decisions that affect their school community. I think where it gets really difficult, Lori, is when we share resources, and because we're responsible as a school district to make sure that their kids are receiving services that they need, that when they decide to go in a certain direction, we expect to be kept closely informed. In other words, we're not going to stop them from what they feel is best for their school community, but we are connected to the services.
Thank you.
Jennifer, if you're able, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm sorry, I'm doing
Yeah,
my
I'm good.
audio
I'm
through
doing
my phone.
So
the question that I had was for Scott. I heard
through my
a couple
phone.
of
So the
community
question
members are interested in learning more about you. And
that I
I
had
noticed
was
the presentation
for
that
Scott.
there
I heard that a couple of noticed in the presentation that there were some
Somebody's
really
got to
nice
mute her
pictures
other line.
of Silverton School, and
You're
I'm gonna try that
echo
again,
coming through
Jennifer.
twice,
Sorry
man.
about that. We're getting double duty. Give it a shot again, Jennifer. This is Drew.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Let
Now you got it.
me just move to a different.
We can hear you.
All right. So my question is about the pictures that we saw in the presentation. Scott, did you take those pictures of SHS and
So my question is.
I took the one.
Central Howell?
I took the one of Central Howell. I swiped the one from the high school off of Google Images.
And
But
so
I wanted to make sure the high school was in there, and I wanted to make sure one of the K-8s was in there. So I've actually been around to every K-8. And of course, many of you know that photography is a huge passion of mine. And I've have photographed all the K-8s as well. They're just so pretty, and you know, they're just so neat. But anyway, that gets off on a tangent. But Central Howell, yes. And you had another part to your question, Jennifer?
Sorry, Jennifer, that you're having so much trouble. Let's see. Any other comments from board members right now? Okay. Well, Jen, I think we're gonna keep moving. I can't hear you currently, so I don't know if we've lost you entirely or. With that, thank you again, Scott. The communication and the proactive, you've been letting us know every step along the way as things come up, and I really appreciate it. And the communication's been fantastic, so we really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And thank you, board. Your support, your words of encouragement, and also maybe more importantly, your feedback and input has been noticed and very, very appreciative. I've gotten to know a couple of you very well through this process too. And, there's a blessing in every crisis.
Indeed. Okay. Well, with that, we are going to pivot a little bit. We are going to switch into sort of the first installment of what will likely be several training opportunities through OSBA that was part of our superintendent search process. And this one is focused primarily on superintendent evaluation and the working agreement between the board and the superintendent. And I don't know, Renee or Sarah, if one of you is going first. I think I heard Sarah maybe, but.
Well, Sarah's going to share the slide. So go ahead, Sarah.
All right. Okay, does everybody see my title page? All right, so Renee's gonna kind of do the intro piece and then I will hop in. So take it away, Renee.
All right, thank you, Sarah. So we are going to tag team tonight. You'll get to hear from both of us as we move through this program for you. And we want to start with some introductions, even though I know you guys all know each other. I've worked with you, Sarah's worked with you, but we thought it just might be kind of nice to just, touch bases, how you're holding up through this pandemic, and, what are you really looking forward to? And since we got kind of a late start, probably don't want to beleaguer this too much, but I'm holding up pretty well during the pandemic. My daughter did get COVID, which was a very scary for our family. As she went through that, she's 34 years old. She lives alone in Portland. And as a mom who wanted to drive up to Portland and take care of my baby, every doctor said, nope, you can't do it, stay away. And so that was probably the most distressing thing for me personally in dealing with this pandemic and adjusting to working at home and so on is pretty well. And I'm not on your board, so I don't have anything to add in respect to what you might be looking forward to, but I would love for you to speak up as you wish and unmute yourselves and share your answers to these two questions.
Any board members looking to share their thoughts regarding these two questions? I'll be happy to go. I was going to go last, but if nobody else will.
I see that Lori was unmuted, but then she muted herself again.
Yeah, a reminder to everybody, when I'm looking at the slides, I don't see everybody because I'm trying to look at the slides. So if you raise your hand, I won't see you. But she did just ask that you'd unmute and start, and feel free to do that at the moment.
I'll go ahead if this is Janet. I'm holding up well. I have my three kiddos home, my teens and 20-somethings, and so it's good to know that they're somewhere safe and sound. And actually really enjoying this time together. It's kind of an unexpected blessing, and I know it won't happen again, so that's kind of nice. And then with regard to board work this year, I know it's a really challenging time, but I think it's also an exciting time to be really innovative and be really creative problem solvers and to really work together. As Scott alluded, don't let a good crisis go to waste. And I think it's a chance for all of us to really step up and kind of get out of our comfort zones and do some really good new work. So that's exciting.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I can go next since nobody's jumping the gun here. We're doing fine at our home. I too have all three of my children home. My oldest son from college has been home since March. I think he's very much ready to go back to college. But we're doing fine. My husband, who is a physician, has been working quite a bit in this, you know, at the hospital, learning a lot about what's going on and bringing it home and sharing it with us. So I take that information and as a board member and, you know, try to think of it in that respect to help our superintendent and support him. But looking forward to board work this year. Yeah, I agree with Janet. This is a really big opportunity for us to, you know, really think outside the box. We're being forced to think outside the box. And I'm looking forward to working with Scott Drew, moving forward the district in this very unusual time in our education system. So thank you.
Thank you, Shelley.
I can go. Yeah. My husband and I are holding up fine. Both of our children they're off on their own. They're grown up, but I've enjoyed the time because things have slowed down a little. I built a chicken coop, and the chickens are quite happy, to say the least. And so that's probably something that if things were moving faster, I wouldn't quite want to make time for it. But it was a great lesson in engineering. So just to conclude, I've had a banner year with the irises and lavender. So if you want any, just let me know. Anyway.
Cool.
And and we'll be separating those. And then I too love to take pictures. I just love to have a diary of photos. And right now it's a beautiful season and time to capture those moments. So that's it on my end. Otherwise, my husband and I are holding up well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Well, I'll jump in. Holding up great, no issues. Got 3 kids at home, one who's married and out of the house, but see him with some regularity. And, you know, wife's a nurse, works locally. So we do have always sort of that question about, you know, are we exposed through that channel? But of course, they're pretty cautious in the health industry. Do know people with COVID who have been forced to quarantine, and you know it's been an interesting process. I think the most interesting thing has been for my 16-year-old son who turned 16 in May. Not an ideal time to turn 16 when you're getting your job, and he has one, but he can't get a driver's license as it turns out. So you know we're shuttling him everywhere, of course, still even with his job, but. You know, eventually, hopefully, he did manage to schedule an appointment recently. It's, I think, clear into mid-September before you can get an appointment at the DMV, but that's when the first scheduled appointment was. So. Board work. I'm looking forward to working with Scott. I think it's been a great start, even under all the duress of everything that's been going on with regard to COVID and the reopening plan. It's been really great to work with him in this last, well, about a month now, and I think it'll be a great year.
Okay, well, if if somebody else wants to speak up, go ahead, or we'll just move on. So Jennifer, I see you took your mic off. You want to answer our questions?
Sure. I just wanted to encourage the other folks, Scott and Dan, to chime in if they wanted to as well. My family is doing fine in light of the pandemic. I think I spend a lot of time thinking about families that aren't like us and decisions that we're making as, education officials that affect those folks. And what am I looking forward to? I'm looking forward to Scott's team approach. I've already felt that it's been super positive, and I really appreciate that work moving forward. So I'm happy to be a part of this transition time, despite the fact that we have a very interesting situation that we're going through right now.
I'll go real quick. I was asked by a mentor a few days ago, and he said, Scott, how in the world are you doing with all this? And I looked at him and I said, I'm exactly where I want to be. This is the type of stuff that I just really enjoy. So, and those of you who haven't met me yet, I can tell you that I love people, and that's the reason why I'd like to love the team approach so much. And you know, a burden is halved, and a joy is doubled. So teams are just, everything works better on a team, and that's exactly what I'm looking forward to working with the board.
Cool.
Dan, why don't you give us a little info about yourself, and then we'll get started.
Sure. Yeah. So like a lot of you, kids are kind of back home, have a son that's in college, came back home. I have a daughter that'll be a junior in high school. She is really hoping to be back in a campus. She's kind of a drama band choir person. It's hard to do that remotely. So she is really hoping that happens. And I think it was like Shelly's son. My son's ready to go back to college. So we got, I can feel that pain there too. I'm really looking forward to this coming year. I really have enjoyed working with Scott, from the get-go, and I love his forward thinking of just, pushing through obstacles. I think that's what leaders try to do. We try to get the obstacles out of the way for folks to do the work, and that's, I appreciate his vision around that, and to be able to work with the board more closely this coming year. So most of you have seen lots of emails from me and conversations and trying to keep you in the loop. So I'm glad to be working in that team aspect that he mentioned. So because that does make the work, not only does the work is the product better, it makes it much more enjoyable.
Oh, well, this is great. I love all the optimism and the excitement that I'm hearing. I'm glad you guys are doing well in the pandemic. We did ask this question in another district, and it was like, oh my gosh, there was a lot going on personally for some of these people. And so I'm glad you guys have the energy to devote to board work. Even though we didn't hear from Irv, if at any time, Irv, you want to speak up, you are certainly welcome to. But let's move forward and get into the presentation. As Jonathan already explained tonight, we're going to focus primarily on superintendent evaluation and expectations. In upcoming meetings, we are going to talk about your communication protocols and some of those board best practices, which is our basic roles and responsibilities work, just to ensure that everybody is understanding and all on the same page. You are entitled to 12 hours of this, and so if there's time left over after covering those 4 and you want to take advantage of the time, I'm going to put a little caveat on that. That's through the end of the year, so through December 31st, you're entitled to those 12 hours. If there's anything else that Sarah and I can help you with, we will be more than happy to do that in the time remaining. So the first thing that I want to talk to you about then is what we call at OSBA collaborative governance. And I know I've done a lot of work with you guys in the last several years. seems like I come every August and work with you, and it's been an honor to be able to do that. But I haven't really spent a lot of time talking about this idea of collaborative governance and what that really means. And when I heard all of your excitement and interest for Scott's team approach, it made me super excited about collaborative governance for you, because in collaborative governance, what we're talking about is using effective partnerships, which teams can be effective partners, and that together you are learning about the things that you need to learn so that you can lead. And there needs to be that environment of trust, which I heard a lot of tonight. And I also heard about the respect that you have of Scott as your new superintendent, and Dan continuing on as the assistant superintendent. And you're an intact board. You're the same board that I've been working with for some time, so that you can build on that trust and respect to have that shared focus on student learning and taking that responsibility together collectively, and not passing the buck off to somebody else, but owning it collectively together, and taking on that accountability and the support that is necessary for collaborative governance. And it really starts, however, with the board really understanding itself, so that the board can have these effective partnerships. So this slide that's showing on your screen now is kind of it's a diagram where we talk through the main points of collaborative governance to help you understand exactly what it is that we're talking about. So when we say effective partnerships, we're talking about 3 different realms. Within the board, amongst the 7 of you, interacting with each other, having your own agreements, your own norms, understanding how you are working together so that it is effective. The board and the superintendent, which we're going to talk a fair amount about in our transition programming, but there needs to be a healthy relationship between the board and the superintendent, or collaborative governance is just going to fall flat. And then the board with the community. And as you may have heard me say in the past, as a board, you have a great opportunity for 2-way advocacy. You get to take the wishes and the desires of the community into the school system, so that the school system is hearing what it is that the community wishes that the schools could provide for its children. And you're able to take the needs and the desires of the school system back out into the community to gain the community's support for the efforts of the school district. And so those are the kinds of effective partnerships that we're talking about. A shared focus is what is important to you, and being sure that everybody's ideas and thoughts, when I say everybody, I'm talking about the board and the administrative team, get those thoughts out on the table, and you come to consensus and you come to agreement around this is what we're going to focus on. I think right now COVID has pretty much determined that for all of us, that our shared focus is how are we going to educate kids when they come back to school in the fall, and how are we going to proceed through any things that may change in relationship to what our current plans are now. The collective responsibility I already talked about a little bit, that we're not passing the buck, but we're owning it together, what is happening in Silver Falls schools. That organizational reliability, this is when people hear you talking about Silver Falls School District, they hear the confidence and the trust that you have in your staff to accomplish what you are asking of them to do, that you have their back. And they know that you have their back because you respect them and you trust them. And then they in turn know that they can trust you and respect you as members of the board. Your elevated board efficacy will come as people see that you are focused truly on what is board work, and that you are able to do your part of I'm thinking of like a scale. When you do your part and it allows Scott and the administrative team to do his part, then you have your board efficacy is really elevated because people know that you are really doing what is your job in this relationship. And then we're always striving for the improved student outcomes. I mean, we always want that. And then when you have your shared goals and your shared language and your shared metrics, then you're able to truly have that collaborative governance because things are shared with all of the different people. So I've kind of already talked a little bit to this slide, but what we're going to emphasize really tonight is that board to superintendent relationship. And when the time is right, we'll be able to talk to you about your board self-evaluation, that online survey. I know you guys took it a really long time ago and we never really got to have a conversation with you about the results of that. And so we'll have to look at that at some point because that will definitely relate to your superintendent, your relationship with him, because there's a lot in that. So to start with that effective partnership on the board and superintendent. So do you guys recognize this? Do you remember it? Can you like do thumbs up or something so I can see those of you? This framework, Jennifer is like, oh yeah, I got this. And I see some other nodding heads. So when we're talking about the role of the board and evaluating the superintendent, and Sarah's going to take you through more of the detailed parts of the superintendent evaluation and what you're going to end up choosing to have be included in that in this first year. I want you to be kind of thinking as you're going through that about this part of board work in respect to that. What are your greatest hopes for the district by doing a superintendent evaluation? I mean, why do one at all? What is it that you want to have as a result of that? I'd kind of like you to think along those lines in just a few minutes as Sarah starts taking you through this. And then we're going to give you some information, and Sarah already sent out our newest workbook that we developed collaboratively with COSA. Hope you are able to read it so that it would give you some of the information that you would need to ensure that the right decisions are made. But any lack of information that you feel that you have tonight, please speak up. We don't want this to be a presentation where we're talking at you. We want this to be a conversation we are having with you. And so as we're talking about your role in evaluating the superintendent, just be sure you get all of your questions answered tonight. The creating conditions for success. So we're going to talk to you about some things, for example, check-in meetings. That's something that we're going to talk to you about. Are those things that you are willing to support so that your expectations for the reasons why you're doing a superintendent evaluation can be met? That's that third column. What is it that the board is willing to do to be sure that your expectations, your hopes for the district in evaluating the superintendent can be met? And then in holding the system accountable, you're going to need to be thinking about what are those things that you are going to want to see as a result of doing the superintendent evaluation. What are those pieces of evidence that you are going to need to see to know, one, is Scott meeting your expectations? And two, those hopes that you have for the district that we talked about in column number 1, how are you going to know if those hopes are being met? So what evidences are you going to look at district-wide to know whether or not your hopes are being met, because you're doing your important job of giving your superintendent the feedback he needs to be successful. This last column, what do we need to do to gain community support for this work? As we go through this aspect of evaluating the superintendent, you may want to have some feedback from others that might help you. You may want to not do that in this very first year because it's a shortened year, but you might want to stop to consider, how will the community know and have trust in you that you are doing your due diligence in the superintendent evaluation so that they can support your work together and your work of supporting Scott as he is in a whole new job that he hasn't ever done before and in a new district. And I know that you guys don't want to go through a superintendent search again anytime soon. And so you want to make this relationship work. And a fair part of making this relationship work is giving Scott the kind of feedback that he's going to need from you to ensure that he's meeting your expectations. And that will help the community trust and understand that they can give you their support for this work. So one of the things we sometimes recommend to board members is when they have meetings like this, is that they identify talking points or a way to summarize what happened in the meeting so that those who weren't here and on the meeting tonight to see what's going on can hear from you around, this is what we're doing to evaluate our superintendent, and these are the times we're going to meet with him, and this is the information we're looking at, and here's how we're evaluating him and giving him feedback, so that they can trust and have you that fifth column, that build that public will, they can know that you are doing your due diligence. So you might want to think about some ways to communicate that, and perhaps we can talk about it tonight. So now I'm going to turn it over to Sarah, and I'll mute myself, and Sarah's going to talk you through some of the other slides.
All right. The behavior that is modeled by the leader in management profoundly shapes the culture and practices of an organization. How you work together as a team models and sets the stage for the rest of the district. What you do and how you do it matters. How you solve problems together matters. One way to model working together is through the superintendent evaluation process. Selecting and evaluating the superintendent is one of the school board's most important jobs. A high quality superintendent evaluation process helps develop good board superintendent relationships, clarifies roles, creates common understanding of the leadership being provided, and provides a mechanism for public accountability. There are 5 phases to the annual superintendent evaluation cycle, from pre-evaluation planning to the conclusion. Pre-evaluation planning is key. That's what are the standards and what is the timeline? I'll show you in a few moments a specific proposed timeline for Silver Falls that I sent you guys last week. But generally speaking, numbers 1 through 5 are the flow and the tasks of a superintendent evaluation. First, the board should consider what policy and/or the superintendent contracts say about evaluating the superintendent. This is a copy of your policy CBG. It indicates that the superintendent will be formally evaluated each year by the 1st of July, and that the evaluation will be based on the administrative job description, applicable standards of performance, policy, and progress in attaining any goals set by the superintendent and the board. You may also want to consider policy CBA. And this refers to the job description of the superintendent. The board should be evaluating the superintendent on standards of performance, their job description, and any other predetermined criteria, including what is in the superintendent's contract. Make sure you pay attention to any language in that superintendent contract. Is there language in there about evaluation? If you're not sure, you should find out and then follow it. Planning the evaluation process is very important. This is the recommended calendar for superintendent evaluation. As you can see, it is a year-long process that generally starts in March or April with the pre-evaluation work, unless it's a first year with a new superintendent, as is the case here. Then it starts in July. So remember, look at policies, pay attention to what's in the superintendent's contract in that pre-evaluation planning phase. So in that first month of the cycle, here, April, if the evaluation is to be done by March 15th, there are 2 action items the board should consider in that first month of the superintendent's evaluation cycle. Adopt by board vote the evaluation standards and goals, even if they're the same standards you use every year. And then adopt by board vote the evaluation process, procedures, and timeline. This is a little snippet of page 14 out of our new superintendent evaluation workbook. This is where we start to talk about the criteria for the superintendent evaluation process, followed by the performance standards, which are located in part 1 of the workbook. Each of these standards should be evaluated. OSBA, in partnership with COSA, revamped and updated these standards based on national standards and in collaboration with some Oregon superintendents and board members. There are now 8 where there used to be 9, and you might notice a few that look a little bit different. Inclusive district culture, culturally responsive instructional leadership and improvement. And you also might notice that effective financial management and effective organizational management have been split to be their own standards. Additional goals. This is found in part 2 on page 23 of the book. The board may encourage the superintendent to have additional goals. These are generally specific goals that support the overall district goals, specific to the work of the superintendent. For a first-year superintendent, we do not recommend any additional goals because we'd like the focus to be on the 8 standards. And this first year will be a shorter evaluation cycle. If you choose goals, what are you going to base them on? They should be superintendent goals that support the overall district goals, but can still be measured within the evaluation cycle. And there are 3 components that go into evaluating the superintendent. There's board member direct knowledge, the superintendent's self-evaluation with supporting evidence. You're going to hear this referred to as artifacts of evidence, and a targeted feedback survey. All of these elements combine to give the board a broad view and understanding of the superintendent's performance and ultimately a board conclusion decision about the superintendent's performance, which is then shared with the superintendent and the community. So the question then becomes, how will the board measure progress? What tools should be used in the evaluation? How do you know if standards and goals were met? Any tool used should list the criteria, provide a defined rating system, numerical, descriptive, provide space for written comments, and serve as a worksheet for the board's composite evaluation. The new OSBA and COSA workbook does just that. Each member of the board completes an evaluation individually on the standards and any goals, then gathers an executive session to discuss and determine a one-voice evaluation message to share with the superintendent. The board may also want to include what we call artifacts of evidence in the superintendent's self-evaluation. These artifacts of evidence are a new addition. Within the workbook are several pages of specific suggestions that the superintendent can bring to show as evidence of their performance that the board may not have direct knowledge of. Another source of information the board may want to consider is a targeted feedback survey. We do not recommend this in the first year of employment with the district as a superintendent. A targeted feedback survey is sent to key stakeholders who work regularly with the superintendent. This is an optional element and one that the board should hire a consultant to conduct on its behalf. Again, we do not recommend the targeted feedback survey for a first-year superintendent, but it is a good and important tool that could be used from year 2 on. It is a really great idea to put the evaluation into the board calendar, the pre-evaluation planning, each check-in, etc. This is a sample school board activity calendar. If you would like a copy of this, I can send over a fillable PDF version, just let me know. In February, the board deliberates on the evaluation evidence and develops the official document that will be shared with the superintendent. By March 15th, or as specified in the contract, the board and superintendent meet to discuss the results of the evaluation. That evaluation meeting may be held in executive session unless the superintendent requests an open meeting. The final results of the evaluation are adopted and presented to the superintendent and community in the form of a narrative summary. The evaluation cycle then begins again in April with process development, adoption of standards and goals, etc. before the completion of the budget. Now, this is a draft of the superintendent evaluation timeline for Silver Falls. Again, I emailed this to you guys last week. It lays out the steps of the evaluation process and the dates to accomplish each step. The majority of the dates are regular board meetings, but there are a few where a special meeting will be needed. And we're going to go over this in more detail in a few minutes. This is a sample superintendent evaluation summary. This summary would be adopted in open session and shared with the community. And there's obviously, this comes out of the workbook, so you would have a sample of it as well. Now, don't forget, the superintendent evaluation process is designed so that there are no surprises during the performance review. An effective superintendent evaluation promotes growth with follow-up plans for action and review by the board. It is fair, objective, and most importantly, it strengthens the relationship of the overall leadership team. It's a great example of collaborative governance. This is why we highly recommend using OSBA and COSA's new superintendent evaluation workbook. In your first year on the job, it's critical to get feedback from the school board to the superintendent to ensure you're meeting expectations and to prevent things from going sideways. Built into this evaluation process are quarterly check-ins that Renee mentioned previously to accomplish just that. These are informal check-ins during regular board meetings to discuss the superintendent's progress toward meeting performance standards and goals if there are goals, and for the superintendent to seek guidance and support from the board. This is another piece that goes towards strengthening the board-superintendent relationship. So what questions do you have about the process? I'm gonna also think about, what do you think of the timeline that I sent over?
Thanks, Sarah. I think the timeline looks really, you know, it's useful to put it together that way. You know, this is going to be a strange year, and there's a lot of things that are drawing our focus. But you're correct that we need to be sure to have a plan here. I know I have a question.
Please.
I can go ahead and ask it, and then others can weigh in as well. On the summary portion, how it sounded like that was a collaborative summary, which is something I like to hear. The flip side of that is, if that's done in executive session, how do you arrive at a collaborative summary without basically violating rules by voting or coming to some kind of agreement? In other words, how do you do that privately in exec session before presenting publicly that summary? I guess that's my question.
Sure. No, that's a great question, Jonathan. Thank you. So yes, as you know, no decisions are made in executive session. No votes are conducted. What this is a consensus of the board, an agreement on how that message is going to be conveyed to Scott. Renee, did you want to contribute at all to that?
Sure, yeah. Having sat through multiple years of superintendent evaluations as a board member, I can certainly share from my experience as well as what OSBA's recommendations are. So as practice usually happens in most districts is that the superintendent provides a self-evaluation, which is distributed to each board member in advance of each board member completing their own individual assessment of the superintendent on the evaluation. Then there's an executive session that is held so that the board and the superintendent can meet together, and any board member can ask any clarifying questions of the superintendent of the self-evaluation that was provided, because that's usually done in writing and outside of a meeting, that document is delivered to each board member, and then each board member fills out their personal evaluation. And depending on the process that you choose and how you want to proceed with this, and hopefully we're going to make some definitive decisions tonight, somebody compiles all of those individual assessments of each board member, and those are brought to the executive session so that everybody knows what everybody else has shared. So Jonathan knows what Jennifer said, and Jennifer knows what Janet said, and everybody knows what everybody has said in their individual evaluations. You invite Scott in, you have a conversation, you ask him any clarifying questions about his self-evaluation, anything that you feel that he, that you lack any information on that he can provide for you. And then you excuse him from the executive session. And the board then discusses and comes to agreement on what its one voice response to the superintendent will be. He doesn't work for 7 bosses. He works for one boss, which is the board. And so you're not voting on anything, but you're just having conversations and saying, well, in this standard, I see 3 of us rated him one way and another 3 of us rated him another way. And then there was just one more person that, was out there all on their own. We can't send a split message like that to Scott about this standard. So how can we come to consensus on what it is that we want to tell him in response to this particular standard? So it's having those kinds of conversations. And then depending on how much time that takes for the board to come to consensus on the evaluation in the same night, you can invite Scott back into the executive session, or you can stop the meeting that night and because if it's getting late or whatever, and schedule another executive session to invite Scott back into to share with him the board's one voice message. From that conversation, then it's pretty easy for you to know what is put into a summary evaluation, because you know how the board feels about all of these various elements or these criteria that you'll be evaluating, and then you'll be able to write whoever of you it is, probably it's generally tasked to the chair to actually write the document, but if you want to delegate that to another member of the board that can write it, that's fine too. Does that help, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's lots of room for challenge there, but I understand what you said. Thank you.
Yeah, you're not actually voting in the executive session. You're just discussing his performance review.
Yeah, Janet.
Renee or Sarah, is it typical then for after that summary is written, regardless of who writes it, that the board would then have an opportunity to review the summary to make sure that it appropriately captures what they believe the conversation was?
Yes. So if you look at the timeline that's up on the screen right now, you'll see on March 4th, the chair designee presents a draft of the summative evaluation prior to the 8th, which is when the board would be meeting to adopt it in open meeting.
Okay.
So you've got a few days at least of review of that before you meet as a group again in a meeting.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
And in theory, there shouldn't be anything surprising in it.
Right.
In theory. The execution is the big piece there.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer, did you have a question or comment?
So in that item on the calendar about the presentation of the draft, what form does that take? Is that in a meeting? Is that emailed? How does that work?
On the 4th, you mean?
The part that you just talked about, yes, the
draft of the summative evaluation.
Yes.
Yeah, that can be emailed. It's basically Jonathan or whomever is designated to sort of draft it would send it out to the board members for review prior to meeting. So it would be electronically.
It's kind of like just getting any of your board meeting packet materials. So it could be done in whatever fashion you use in your district to send out board meeting materials.
So if we did that, and let's say a board member read it and said, boy, that's not at all what I thought we discussed, in exec session, what, right?
Yeah, so you have a couple options. You can wait to discuss it as a board and sort of draft it in the moment on March 8th, or you can call a special meeting, like a special meeting with 24 hours advance notice to discuss it as a board prior to the March 8th meeting. But you cannot discuss it electronically.
Right,
Over the-
that's kind of where I was going with that, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jennifer.
Shelley, did you have a question or comment? And then we'll get back to Jennifer. Shelley, did you have anything?
I'm sorry, what? Were you talking to me? Oh, I did. I'm sorry. I think it froze for a minute, so I didn't hear you.
No, sorry about that. Yes,
I did
go
turn
ahead.
off my microphone, but my question was, Jonathan already asked the question, actually. If, you know, when he sends the preview or whoever's designated to write the summary and they send it to us, you know, and we might have some questions and say, well, you know, that's not my interpretation and such. And so so the next step would be, we'd have to call a special meeting to get together and work that out. But we cannot reply, clearly we can't reply all. And we cannot reply just to Jonathan for him to, you know, take and take our, you know, concerns or suggestions. And then he somehow puts it in there. We have to get together as a board, correct?
If you want to talk about it and edit it, yes, you would have to get together as a board. Renee, can you clarify for me, is it a violation of the public meetings law if a board member were to reply just to Jonathan and say, you know, that's not what I remember or whatnot?
Well, there's the letter of the law, there's the spirit of the law.
Right.
And the letter of the law would probably say that responding to one would be okay. It would probably say that. But the spirit of the law is that all board members should be having the same information from which to work with. And so if Shelley is sending something to Jonathan and the rest of the board doesn't know what was said, then the rest of the board isn't working with that same information. And so I'm not an attorney and I don't even play one on TV. So I have to be careful that I don't give out legal advice, but just good practice. And if if any board member ever has any questions about what's okay in email and what's not, your board policy BD/BDA talks about board meetings, and the second element inside of that policy talks about how, as a board, you're going to use electronic communications. And decision making is not one of the ways that you will use electronic communications, according to your own policy that you've adopted. So yeah, you pretty much have to meet and have a conversation, as cumbersome and as that is.
So no, it's not. It's actually best practice is
Absolutely,
to meet
it is.
as much as we can as a whole board to discuss things that need to be discussed and not over email.
Exactly.
And that is a really big clarification that you just gave, you know, now. And I do appreciate that. Yeah, it's just very important. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I would suggest in your March 4th meeting that when you're having the conversation about what your summative would be, that somebody take really good notes on that, and that there be consensus on what is in those notes, so that hopefully you can avoid a second meeting to clarify any summary document that was written. And if you do want help this first year with this, you can invite OSBA to assist you with that. And, you know, if you want, we can be in the room for the executive session meeting and we can like be the note takers. You know, I mean, if that would be at all helpful, it's there. So Jennifer, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was going to ask that specific question. I personally would be in favor of considering having somebody come walk us through, especially this first time, because I I guess I value the relationship with Scott so much that I think it would be worth it for us to do that. And then the other question that I had is, if there were a clarification meeting, would that happen in open session or executive session?
I think that it would continue to be an executive session because the board hasn't come to a one voice message that it's going to, of what it's going to say to the superintendent. Because the last thing you want to do is confuse him, you know, and hearing all of these different voices. You want him to hear a unified message on how the board, which is a singular entity, with 7 parts, but it's still a singular entity. And so what is it that the board is telling him? So I think it would still continue to qualify for executive session, but you can always ask an attorney for clarification if you're concerned.
Any other questions or comments? All right, so looking at the proposed timeline, sorry, I keep clicking things, don't I? That first line, I've got August 10th there, as my understanding is that's when your next regular board meeting is scheduled. And so that's when you all would adopt the process you're going to use for the SUP eval, the standards, and the timeline. And then if you were going to do any goals or the targeted feedback survey, you would also include that in as part of the process and timeline. Again, we don't recommend that in the first year as a superintendent, but ultimately it is up to the board whether or not they're going to go that route.
I have a quick question for you, Sarah, and yeah, both of you. On August 10th, the very first one, it says board superintendent, we're supposed to take action to, you know, adopt a board superintendent review the evaluation process. So that means that it's our evaluation policy, correct? Or is this a separate, So we have a policy that is an evaluation process, but this one is separate. Can you just clarify?
Yeah, so as part of that policy is that you adopt a process and that you evaluate the superintendent. And so in order to fulfill that policy, you have to make a motion to adopt a superintendent evaluation process, adopt the standards, and the timeline. And so if you go with the OSBA COSA workbook, that would be the process. The 8 standards in the workbook, that would be the standards. And then the timeline would be, you know, basically what I've got here after it's, you know, been finalized by the board and superintendent.
Right. Thank you so much for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Happy to. Any other questions or comments about August 10th?
So I just want to point out, while you're thinking about your questions and comments in response to Sarah, it's our hope that tonight you actually make decisions. And then when you are there on August 10th, the decisions that you have tentatively agreed to tonight in this public meeting are formally adopted. So what we're hoping that you will be able to tell us tonight is, are you, as a board, wanting to use the standards as they are identified in the OSBA COSA workbook? So that's one question we want you to be able to answer. Do you want to add anything additional, like goals, artifacts of evidence, targeted feedback survey? You know, are those anything that you do want to add or not add? And then, is this the timeline that's going to work for you? It certainly would meet your policy recommendation of, you know, by July that you have the superintendent evaluated. But one of the questions we didn't get answered early on that we still need to answer is there anything in Scott's employment contract with you around evaluation that you have to honor? Some of the boards that we work with, superintendents want to hear much earlier than March the status of their evaluation in case things are going sideways and they want to start looking for work somewhere else, and they want to give the board plenty of time to begin another search process. So I don't know if there's anything in Scott's employment contract with you around evaluations. So Scott, do you know if there is anything? He's shaking his head no, but you're muted.
I don't remember having anything specific put in there to be informed before that.
Okay.
It says it's by March 15th, action be taken. By
So,
March 15th.
I just read, I think we all were given copies of the superintendent contract, and I didn't see anything in there. It did say the board shall in executive session evaluate and assess in writing the performance of the superintendent at least one time each year, and in any event no later than June 30th during the term of the contract.
So the reason OSBA recommends the March 15th date is because of the requirement to administrators, and there's debate whether superintendents fall under that definition of administrators around knowing about their contracts. And we believe that a decision made on contract extension or non-extension or contract renewal or non-renewal should be based on something, and that something should be a really thorough evaluation. And so we recommend getting this all done by March 15th in case you are going to be making a decision on his contract. Now, superintendents are special in that you are allowed by law to give them a 3-year contract. Do you have a 3-year contract, Scott? So you don't have to take action on that every year like you do for your other licensed employees. So you have a 3-year contract and you can wait the whole 3 years before you tell him anything about that particular contract being renewed or extended, or you can draft a whole new one. Some boards choose to add a year every year. And so they make a contract decision every year to extend another year to it, or whatever the choice may be.
That's where we are with the contract, extending a year each year. So
yeah, and so if you're going to do that, if that's going to be your practice with Scott, then you should probably be sure you get the evaluation done by March 15th. So that's why we recommend that date, even though your policy says by June 30th, or you know that you will do that. But if you wait until June 30th and then you decide you're going to change the terms of the contract, he may or may not have some grounds to push back on that. So we're just trying to protect the school board to meet that March 15th deadline, because you're our clients. He's got COSA and he's got other organizations. We're here to help you and make sure that you're successful. But in the end, we want the whole team to be successful.
Get it?
Yeah, the only thing I would add about goals is to what extent the COSA standards dovetail or could accommodate our strategic planning goals. Because in the past, I think we've used, at least with Mr. Peterson's contract, which obviously was interim, so it was a different situation. And I don't know to what extent that's really going to be applicable this year, in all fairness to Scott, because the year is so upside down. But I guess just sort of thinking more long-term, I would look to the standards somehow reflecting those objectives that we have in our strategic plan. And I don't know if you guys have a thought if COSA and OSBA and putting it together gave some thought to how that might be integrated.
When we put the workbook together, Janet, we really focused on what is a general work of a superintendent, regardless of additional strategic planning that a district may undertake. So our intent was what are superintendents generally responsible for, and those were the standards that were pulled from administrative standards that are pretty nationally recognized. And then we focused those on work specific to the superintendent. When OSBA talks about goals for a superintendent, we're really talking about work that is specific to Scott and things that Scott himself would do. Mm-hmm. So if you have a strategic plan and there those goals that are in the strategic plan would not automatically become Scott's goals. So when you have goals, we recommend that they be developed collaboratively, that Scott gives input into that because he knows his job, and that he would be able to say, well, in respect to the strategic plan, here are some goals specific to me and to the work that I do. And then the board could consider whether those goals would be something they would want to include in the evaluation.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking of metrics, like what would be our artifacts then? What would be our ways to measure? You know, at least the strategic plan has some benchmarks that are measurable. And you're right, they only sort of tangentially are reflective of work that Scott does because, you know, it's like, but I'm just wondering, I guess, what are some of the artifacts that we use then to evaluate?
So were you able to flip through the workbook that Sarah sent you? Because in
did.
there, it basically says you're going to have to decide that because goals are so specific that we couldn't know every goal that you know a superintendent might have to fulfill. So you're going to have a conversation as a board that if you take such and such a goal, how are you going to know? And that's why it's really important to have that conversation collaboratively with Scott. And because he can tell you, well, if I'm doing X, Y, and Z, this is how you're going to know that I'm doing it.
Right.
And then you would use that and plug that information into those worksheets on the goals.
Okay. Yeah, I've toggled back to it. Sorry, I've got too many tabs open. And look through those pages where you have examples of artifacts that one might choose to be able to reflect things. Okay.
Yeah, there's a page for every one of the standards of those artifacts of evidence that we don't ever expect a superintendent to search down and attach every single one of those things that are listed there. Those are just some suggestions of things that might exist already in a district. And when we talk about artifacts of evidence, we're talking about mostly things that already exist, like meeting agendas that he attended with some, off the record meeting with superintendents where he did such and such, and he can pull the agenda and say, see, here I'm doing this kind of work. Or staff meetings where he's worked with staff on some certain way. He could say, yep, here's the meeting, I was there, we talked with staff, here's the, the evidence of that. So it shouldn't be something that he's going to have to laboriously create.
Produce.
Yeah, he can just pull things that are already there that are going to show, yes, I've been doing this kind of work. We see the artifacts of evidence and the targeted feedback surveys when the time comes for you to do that, and is a way for the board to get information in those areas that you don't have direct knowledge of Scott's work. Instructional leadership, for example, is one of the standards. You don't know what he's doing, and when you come to board meetings, you're doing board business. And the rest of the time when he's not in board meetings, he's doing district business, but you don't see that necessarily. So how can the board know how to evaluate Scott on those standards that you don't observe? So our thoughts for that was in his self-evaluation, he could attach artifacts that show you, I'm doing this. And in the targeted feedback survey, it's a huge departure from the old 360 method. In the targeted feedback survey, the intention is who are those people that work closely with Scott, community members and staff members who know his work, who can answer some targeted questions specific to that standard that you are having questions about, that can give you that feedback. And then that would then play into the self-evaluation, not the self-evaluation, the individual board member evaluation. So if you were to choose a targeted feedback survey as a portion of this, then that would be conducted early. And you can see Sarah's got it all scratched out for December because we think that that's just way too short of time this year for the board to be getting any useful feedback. But next year in December, that might be something that you would want to include. And so you would get that feedback at the same time that you would get Scott's self-evaluation, so that you could then fill in your individual ratings on standards and goals.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Jennifer.
As I was flipping through the handbook, I was looking at the artifact business, and I'm really familiar with artifacts because that's what my own teacher evaluation requires. I have a specific goals that have clear metrics and dates, and that's one part of my evaluation. And then the other part of my evaluation is rubric based, a 1 through 4 scale, and I can submit artifacts. And so when I was reading through, I was kind of under the impression that the artifacts were going to be predetermined in this process. Did I read that wrong, or is that the intent?
No, you certainly can do that. When we wrote that book, there was no distinguishing between first-year superintendents and people who have been in the district for much longer. And so you can certainly have that conversation if you would like, standard by standard with Dan and, excuse me, not Dan, I'm looking at you, Dan, sorry, you're on my screen right now, Scott's not. You can have that conversation with Scott, and he can tell you what he thinks he can produce. But in this first year, he might not know what artifacts may be available to him. So,
well, and that
very
was
good question.
That was my thinking. And also, I guess I'm just going to throw out my preference here. I'm really vocal when it comes to evaluation in my school district. I prefer a really cyclical cycle, so that the feedback is not all happening at the end, because then you have no time to pivot, right? And so even with the artifacts, if I am saving an artifact for my final talk with my administrator, that's not the first time my administrator has seen that artifact. I have CC'd them on an email or talked to them in a meeting. And so I guess, I don't know, I just to think about it in a different way is that I would hope that our conversation with Scott doesn't wait to the end, that we have an ongoing discussion. And he's been excellent at providing information to us so far in updates. And I guess I would invite more detailed descriptions in those updates if they need to meet with one of those standards, so that it doesn't happen all at the end, and I don't want to put more burden on Scott right now, but it's something I guess for everybody just to be aware of, is that evaluations, I don't know, I don't think it's very effective when it waits until the very last minute, because then the growth can't happen and the conversations can't happen. So anyway, just my musings there on evaluation system.
Yeah, and so you can see on the timeline, I've got 3 dates in there for check-ins prior to anyone doing their evaluation. And that's what's really key, these informal check-ins where you're talking to Scott, Scott's talking to you, and you're going over, how are things going? Where's your, your progress with these standards, what everyone's sort of feeling or thinking. And it doesn't have to be long and involved. It doesn't even have to be every board member sharing with Scott, but just giving him an update, if you will, about how the board is feeling about his progress, and Scott also talking about how he feels about his progress and getting any guidance from the board. It's very, very important that this goes toward there not being any surprises when Scott is hearing from the board when it's time for that summative evaluation message, that he's not, I didn't know that the board, wanted this or whatnot. You can cover all of these things in those informal check-ins, and so there's really no surprises when you get to doing the actual evaluation.
So Sarah, if we were to follow what it sounds like is your general recommendation, we would lay out a plan that looked at timeline like what you've got in front of us. We would not have superintendent specific goals this year. That would likely begin for next year. We would focus on standards for this year's evaluation primarily, possibly the exact standards that are in the workbook. And then what I'm hearing is sort of starting next year, we would kick in probably with superintendent specific goals to be put in place by the superintendent that we would check in on. We would introduce, or could at least introduce, the targeted feedback survey concept to play into it, and then sort of rinse and repeat after that, sort of on an annual basis. Is that an accurate sort of summary? Am I hearing your recommendation correctly?
Yeah, no, Jonathan, that's a very accurate summary of how this process is intended to flow. This first year, we really do recommend just focusing on the 8 standards in the workbook. As I stated earlier, it's a shorter evaluation cycle, and obviously with COVID, school opening, there's just a lot going on. And this sort of gives everyone a chance to just focus on those standards. You know, Scott gets his feet wet and whatnot, and then once you've got that first evaluation under your belt, then you can dive into the other pieces of an evaluation process. And that targeted feedback survey can be very beneficial to what Janet was speaking to about, you know, how do we know what are we using to measure it with? The targeted piece is that you're sending specific sections, specific questions to specific people that Scott interacts with and who can speak to his performance. And it's not an evaluation in of itself, it's providing information to the board so that they can then determine, you know, how the performance is doing. So it's a tool, it's an information piece for the actual evaluation.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was just going to open it up to the other board members. I mean, so I gave us sort of a summary of what the recommendation is. Are there board members that have specific concerns with that approach? Should we adopt it? I guess maybe that's what I'm asking are there things out there that would be problematic or concerning to a board member? Should we adopt that recommended approach?
So I do have a couple of questions just for clarification, because this is a little bit different than what we've done previously as a board. So we would not have Scott create his superintendent goals this year. Is that the case?
Correct. Correct.
Interesting. Okay. And so without that, we would be evaluating him on
The 8 standards.
The 8 standards that are in the workbook.
And I have them right here. The evaluation component, the artifacts of evidence. You know, standard 1 is visionary district leadership. So we wouldn't be really focusing on the artifacts, but just the descriptors. Is that correct?
So Scott will do his own self-evaluation. And with that, he will provide artifacts of evidence.
Oh, he'll provide it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's the part I missed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So separate from that, each board member will evaluate on each of those standards and give 1 rating for all those standards.
Right. Got it now. Right. Okay. I think I missed the part where Scott was going to create his own artifacts. Sure. Yeah. And I was like, wait, we're missing a huge component here. So that's the big component that was missing. Because if we don't do superintendent goals, which we normally do, then there had to be something else in place of that. And so that's what I was wondering. Okay. So that makes sense to me for this first year. Yeah. Great. Okay.
Thank you, Shelley.
Yeah.
Any other comments and questions, Jennifer?
Sorry, technical difficulties all around tonight. So the one question that I had was maybe for a future year. In the workbook, it talked about prioritizing standards. Is that something that you would consider doing in future years? in this for this first year, just do all of the standards across the board?
Yeah. So yes, we definitely recommend doing all standards really every year you evaluate. However, the board can sort of identify specific standards that they would like to focus on instead of doing all 8 in a year. You know, and my personal opinion is that all 8 standards are very important, and it gives a very broad or covers all the bases basically of what the superintendent's position and responsibilities are. And so that's why all 8 are important to evaluate on. But, you know, sometimes there are unique situations and a board might decide, okay, with everything going on or whatever situation, you know, we'd like to do standards 2, 5, 6, and 7, or that's just a random example. So that is an option for the board, but again, I highly recommend continuing to evaluate on all 8 standards every year.
And I'll just add to that, Jennifer, when you see the prioritize, it's usually because there's some deficiency and from past evaluations. And so in this coming year, we're going to really focus on and prioritize this particular standard because we saw a deficiency in it in the past. And so that's kind of more of where that is coming from, that language of prioritizing standards. When a board doesn't evaluate on all 8 or doesn't adopt and say we're going to include all 8, and then if there is some challenge in one of the standards, it's awful hard for the board to go back and hold the superintendent accountable for not meeting that particular standard if that standard wasn't adopted in the beginning. And so when we did this work with COSA, we tried very hard to really look at, as Sarah's explained, the whole job of a superintendent. And so that's why all 8 we believe are important.
Thanks, Renee. Anyone else?
If I could add just one piece of perspective that I think will address Janet and also Shelley's comment. Sometimes sometimes standards, you know, they're not very exciting. And so, but they're the targets and they don't move. And so, but it's the actions. And so that's where Shelley, you know, like the artifacts and to Janet's concern, you know, I think, you know, I'd be surprised that out of 8 standards that there wouldn't be actions that, and not to speak for Scott, but actions that Scott would take towards the strategic plan that are going to, so he can hit those standards. So sometimes we look at standards and they can be boring or not very exciting, but it's the actions that we gravitate towards. So I think between the artifacts and the actions Scott's going to take to meet those standards is going to totally take care of, you know, what may have previously been referred to as goals.
Well said, Dan. Thank you for contributing that. I also wanted to just check in with Scott and get a sense of what you're thinking about this evaluation process and how you feel about that.
Well, I think it's great. You know, the artifacts piece, that will just come automatically with, you know, the work I do with my team and with the community. So, you know, I think that that's just a natural product of what my work will be. And I think it's great that we actually have standards to tie the work to. And we're not grasping at things that aren't concrete. And so I'm a big believer in how we evaluate other administrators and leaders off of standards that are put forth. And I'm a big believer in modeling that behavior myself. So I think it sounds great.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so what I believe I am hearing is that there does seem to be agreement, consensus on moving forward with this process and this timeline. Let me know if I'm...
Well, it sort of sounds like that to me, and that's why I asked if anybody had any concerns with that approach. Yeah. I can share that I do not. I think it makes sense to try to follow that, especially in the first year, see how this goes. It's a new program from you guys. I'd like to see how it works. And we have a new superintendent. So there's a lot of moving parts. We're in the middle of COVID. feels like a very safe bet to follow this plan for a year and then, modify as necessary in following years.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, we're excited at OSBA and COSA about this new workbook and that collaborative process that we used. Our team at OSBA and COSA, working on this together was a really fun project. So, Jennifer?
I just wanted to advocate again for the idea of using some of the funds that are budgeted for the board to hire OSBA to be a consultant during that evaluation piece to help us craft the one voice message. I didn't hear anybody else chime in on that, but I think it's really important. And if we could decide on that tonight, we could put it into the plan.
You certainly have my support. I think it's a great idea.
I guess-
Their support. Sorry.
Go ahead, Shelley.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, we were just thanking Irv for his thumbs up. So Renee and I are mute. Go ahead.
No, I think it's a really good idea to do that. And I don't know that I really feel comfortable voting on that tonight because there's so much information right now that needs to be digested with the new process of evaluation. But can we vote on that when the time comes or when it gets closer, when we have more familiarity with, the new evaluation process? Can we do that?
You mean waiting to make the decision on whether or not to contract with OSBA to help facilitate the superintendent evaluation process? In technical terms, yes, you can definitely wait. I'd also like to say as it comes time for some of these things, if there are questions, obviously just reach out to me, to Renee, and we can, help remind you of how the process goes or whatnot. Because, some of these things are later on in the year and a lot's probably going to happen between now and then. And so some may need a refresher, but yes, if the board does not want to make that decision tonight, that's certainly fine. You can talk about it at future board meetings and then just reach out to myself or Renee, based on what your needs are.
So I'm comfortable with, adopting this process tonight, but I'm not quite there with the contracting of OSBA quite yet. I kind of just want to take it one step at a time and make sure that, we're doing the process correct and, go from there. So I don't want to throw everything in a basket right now. So that's just my thought, but I'm happy to adopt the process tonight.
You actually can adopt it on August.
August, right,
Yeah,
thank you.
Your August meeting. Yeah.
That way it has time for Debbie to add it to the agenda since it's board motion and everyone can sleep on it, if you will. So, all right, anything else?
Clean this up so it doesn't have all crossed out lines and whatnot.
Right, yes. Anything else on the superintendent evaluation process, timeline, check-ins, standards? If there aren't any, I'm gonna go ahead and hand things off to Renee.
Yeah, so she's stopped sharing her screen and I am just curious, we've been sitting in here for 2 hours. Do we need like a 5-minute break? Do you guys need to get up, move around, use restroom or whatever? Take a little 5-minute break? Okay, my watch says 7:03, so come back about 7:08. Okay,
Perfect.
all right.
We can adjourn for 5 minutes, thanks.
All right. Looks like we're all back. So thank you all. I hope that break was useful. It was for me. So thank you for agreeing to take a little break. Usually in our in-person meetings, we like to stop partway through and eat dinner or something. It's just also different in this Zoom world. But this next part that we're hoping to get through tonight is just to really kind of identify some priority expectations for this this coming school year, and making sure that we are really clear about that. What we're going to recommend is something that this board has seen before. You're familiar with it, is the word I meant to use, familiar, not similar. And so Sarah sent you some instructions in respect to this particular document that you're seeing here, the board's expectation, the superintendent. We were hoping that you could read through this before the meeting tonight, and each one of you individually identify 5 of these, or anything that you came up with on your own that is not on this list, that you would see as a priority for this first year of expectations of Scott. And then likewise, Scott, I hope that you are able to look at this page, superintendent's expectations of the board, and maybe collaborate with Dan around this, maybe ask Debbie's input as well on, since this group is so new to you, on maybe what would be priorities, the expectations that you would have of this board to help you and support you as you're moving into this year. Then our hope was that we could put it into some kind of an agreement like this. This is similar to what was adopted last year with the board and Paul, that has a collaborative governance for general statements of agreement between both parties, communication agreements. Now that you've lived those for a year with Paul, maybe these are the same ones that you want to keep. Maybe you want to change them a little bit. I'm not sure. Tonight would be a good time to talk about that. And then in the areas where it says board's expectations of the super and the soup's expectations of the board, where it says identify one and place here, that's items that could come from those 2 lists, or items that the board comes up with collectively. Just say it doesn't have to be 5. It can be fewer than 5. We don't recommend any more than 5. And whatever number of expectations the board places upon the superintendent, then by default, the superintendent gets that same number of expectations to the board. So if you place 3 expectations on him, he can place 3 expectations on you. If you go up to 5, then he can also go up to 5. And so that's our hope, is that we can come to some kind of agreement on this document. And the best way to use a board superintendent operating agreement is when you're having those check-in meetings for the superintendent evaluation, that you check in on this operating agreement as well. And I have come up with what I call the 3 C's, and it's really good to have a conversation around the 3 C's in respect to the operating agreement. The first C being celebrate. Let's celebrate what we're doing well. Are we meeting each other's expectations? And where are we meeting each other's expectations? And let's celebrate that, because I sometimes think we just don't focus on the positive stuff enough, and we don't celebrate enough. The second C is to calibrate. And I'm not sure if you did this at all last year when you had this agreement with Paul, but when you meet in those check-in meetings, if you thought that a particular expectation isn't quite playing out the way you thought it would, it's not quite working right, well then calibrate it. Make some slight changes to it. And then the third C, if it's necessary, is what I call correction. If there is a party that's not meeting the expectations on either side, to talk about that and bring it out into the open, talk about it, and ask for correction. Ask that the behavior be changed. Now, you can talk to Scott about his behavior in executive session, but if Scott needs to hold the board or any of its members accountable to meeting his expectations of you, that has to be done in a public meeting. Since you are elected and you're publicly accountable to the people who elected you, they need to know what kind of feedback you're hearing in respect to any kind of agreements that you have entered into. And if you recall from that previous, I'll just go back to this previous slide, you're signing this, each one of you would be signing this agreement if this is what you choose to do. and choose to move into. So so that's what I'm hoping that we can accomplish tonight. I don't see any real need to continue sharing my screen at this point. I would like to basically have a conversation with all of you. I know it's not going to mean much to you, but I have a grid here with your names down the side so that I can write down what your top 3 of your 5 expectations are, so that we can see where there is any overlap in your expectations. So like if all of you pick number 12, for example, which is just a random number that I picked out of the air, then it'd be pretty easy to say, I think these people want to have number 12 as part of their agreement because the majority of you picked it. So if you are willing to go one by one, I can either call out your names or you can just volunteer and tell me which of the elements you identified. I will write them down on my sheet, or if you want, I can share my screen to do the whiteboard and I can write it on the whiteboard if you would like for me to do it that way instead.
I'm certainly fine with however, I mean, whatever's easiest. I don't need it on the whiteboard personally. And you said you wanted 5 from each of us. Is that what I heard you say?
Well, I wanted you, Sarah's instructions to you were to identify 5, but I would just kind of like to know that the top most important 3, like the 3 that like, if I just have to have these 3. And if we need to go to the 5, then we can certainly go to the 5 if we need to expand that.
Okay.
So do you want to start, Jonathan?
I did 5, so I got to take 2 out real quick. Hang on.
No, just prioritize them if you can.
Well, or
while the rest of you are looking at it, if there's a way that you can maybe say these 3 are super important. But I don't want you to get rid of the other 2 in case we need to include those.
Renee?
Yes.
I had mine printed out and I dropped them on the floor. Could you give me the page number that we're looking at?
Here, it was in a separate email. It wasn't in the booklet. So here, I'll share them if that helps. Is this big enough on the screen? So this is not all of them because there's 16 of them. I can maybe reduce this down to like 90% maybe. Doesn't look like it's gonna let me.
Hey, Renee, if it's helpful, and this is fine too, I have a copy of this I could email to Lori.
Sure. That would be great.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
On its way.
Thank you, Dan.
I appreciate that, Dan. So here they are, though, if that helps to see them on the screen again. If I don't know what your computer screen looks like that you're looking at, each one of you.
Thank you both.
Okay, and I can give you 3 now if you're ready, Renee.
I am ready. Thanks, Jonathan.
All right. 1, 7, and 15.
All right. See, that wasn't too hard. Anybody else who knows them, go ahead and let me know.
These are my 3, 1, 5, and 7.
Thank you.
This is Janet, 1, 3, and 9.
Okay.
This is Shelley. Mine is 1, 3, and 6.
Great. Thank you, Shelley. Lori and Irv.
Yes, 1, 9, and 15.
All right. Still thinking, Irv?
Trying to figure out how to get 1, 5, and 9, but I don't, this format is so much different. I don't know what's going on tonight.
This is different. This is, so last year, I don't think you were present when we developed this agreement. I think you missed that meeting. And so this is the same list that we used last year, but it is a huge departure from the board superintendent operating agreement that was in place in Silver Falls for many years.
I like the one we had previously, but if I was supposed to pick, I would do 1, 5, and 9.
Okay, and so I don't think that I'm not sure if Lori and Janet, being relatively new members of the board, are familiar with the agreement that was in place years ago, Irv, that was much longer and included a lot of your policies where it said, whereas policy such and such says this, therefore the board and the superintendent agree to the following. It was a several page document. And so if that's something that the board wants to return to, I'm not prepared for that tonight.
Well, I'm not saying that at all, Renee. I'm just saying this is, I'm all for a short and to the point. So
Okay.
this works fine.
Okay. So since Tom's not here tonight, it looks like he's going to be the one that's going to be left out of this conversation unless you guys want to wait to adopt anything until he has a chance to give feedback to this. But I saw unanimous agreement on item number 1. All of you, all 6 of you picked item number 1. So I think it's just really pretty easy to say that that's going to be one of the elements that's going to be included in your agreement. And then what I usually try and do, and you might recall, like when I'm in the room with you, I like to use like the big poster paper, and I like to write everything on the poster paper so it's really evident and everybody can see it. And so I'm trying to look to where, again, there is agreement. So it looks like we have 2 choices for number 7, 2 choices for number 15, 2 choices for number 5, 2 choices for number 3. However, we have 3 choices for number 9. So number 9 is communicate with board members promptly and effectively. We don't have a majority on any of the remaining numbers. So this is where I would like to go to your 4th and 5th choices. This is why we like to have 5. And if we include your 4th and 5th choices, might we end up with a majority on some of these? So Jonathan, you said you had 5 at one point. Are you ready to tell me what number 4 and 5 were?
Sure, and it'll help because it's several of the ones you mentioned. So one of them was 5 and one was 9. Those
5 and 9. Okay, thank you. Jennifer, how about you? Did you have 5 that were chosen?
Did I include 5 on my original 3?
No, you did. You had 1, 5, and 7 in your original 3.
1, 5, 7. So number 8 and number 10 were in my top 5. I also had 9 down as a, as one I was looking at. So that one is great for me too.
Okay, very good. All right, I'm just gonna go down the list as I wrote them. So Lori, do you have 2 more to add?
Yeah, I'll go with 6 and 9.
Okay, and so thank you for that. Shelley, how about you? Do you have 2 more to add?
Wait, Renee, didn't Lori choose 9 to begin with?
No.
That was 8.
You did. Yes, you did have 9 to begin with.
Sorry.
Thank you for catching that. Yes. So
Oh,
you had
shoot.
1, 9, and 15 originally, and now you've added 6. Thank you Or
Oh,
touching
thanks.
that?
I had 1, 9, and 15. I'm sorry, 7.
7. Okay. Thank you. Now we can go to Shelley. Shelley, you had 1, 3, and 6, so we're not confused.
My other two are 8 and 16.
8 and 16. All right. Irv, do you want to add a couple more? You had 1, 5, and 9.
Yeah, 3 and 13.
All righty. And now Janet.
5 and 10.
5 and 10. Okay, so now when I do the math and I look at this, I am seeing 5. I'm seeing 5 at least 4 times now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 9, let's see, how many times am I seeing number 9? I'm seeing it 1, 2. If we go with Jennifer's 6th choice, that makes 3, 4, and 5. So we have a majority on 5 and 9. Let me check 7. 2. 7 didn't come up again the second time, so it stayed at 2. Number 3 came up. Shelley had it originally, Irv added it, and Janet had it originally. So we have 3 around number 3. So the ones that I'm finding the most majority on are number 1, number 5, and number 9. If we want to go with 3. So number 1, working as a team.
Really quick, can I interrupt you just for a second?
Yeah.
I think Lori had 7 for her 5th, so that would be 3 7s.
Okay, 1,
Yeah,
7.
Jonathan had a 7, Jennifer had a 7, and then Lori, she changed hers from that 9 to 7 because she did 9 twice. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 7. So what
Yeah,
I'm seeing is we have 6 number 1s. So that one was really super easy. Then we ended up with 5 number 9s. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we count Jennifer's number 6 choice, we had 5 number 9s. And so I'm trying to look to where you have a majority of numbers. And then number 5, you had 1, 2, 3, 4 times, which is also a majority. So the other ones that you had 3 on, like number 9 and number 3, if you want to add those to make out 5 expectations, that's fine. I was just trying to see kind of where the math fell. But what's really important is it contains what's important to you, what you need.
So I thought you said that we had 5 votes for number 9.
Let me count them again. So Jonathan has number 9, and Jennifer had number 9, and Lori had number 9. Irv had number 9, and Janet had number 9.
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So the top 4, you said top 5, but I think we only have 4, right? 1, 3, 5, and 9.
Let me see how many number 3s you have. I'm counting 1, 2, 3. I'm only counting 3 number 3s.
Right. Okay.
And so of the ones that you have 3 of, you have 3 number 3s and you have 3 number 7s, I believe. 1, 2,
There were 3 number
3.
7 for sure.
And
Okay.
3 number 7s.
Oh, okay,
So,
that's the one I missed. All right. Thanks.
So if you want to have 5 agreements or 5 elements on this part of it, where it says identify 1 and place here. If you want to have 5, the 5 I would recommend are 1, 9, 5, 3, and 7. Or if you want to limit it to just the top 3, you can limit it to just the top 3. It doesn't matter to me. It's just more to keep track of as you're going through the year and you're having the conversations on your agreements.
I like the idea of 5, I think mostly because it represents more broadly the thoughts of the board. And so I guess I would support that. By the way, Tom was mentioned, but I spoke to him on the phone and he definitely knew we would be adopting this tonight without him. So he recommended we proceed. Just
Okay, very good. Okay, so if I don't hear any disagreement to what Jonathan just said, then we'll go with the 5 being 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. The odd numbered ones, look at that, kind of in order. I didn't even realize it till I just listed those off. So that means that Scott can get 5 of his expectations of you, which is this next page down here. And then after we do this, let's go back up and review those collaborative governance agreement elements and the communication agreement elements and make sure that those are appropriate for this year and that's the language that you still want to have. So, Mr. Scott Drew, what would you like to see?
Uh-huh.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
It's going in and out of documents. So the first one is number 2, willingness to share the success and failures of the school system with the superintendent. Some of our goals should be tied to each other. Number 4, willingness to abide by its own rules, policies, and codes of ethical conduct. Number 9, willingness to participate in professional development activities at the local, state, and national level. 10, effort to foster unity, harmony, and open communications with the board. And 15, practice of avoiding surprise items at board meetings.
All right. So what I typically do, thank you very much, Scott, is I want to now ask both parties if there is any heartburn with anything on either party's list before we finalize this. Any questions or clarifying expectation around what might this expectation mean and how it plays out for each of you. So number 1, Scott, working with becoming a team with board members. Any questions about that expectation of the board on you? Okay. Item number 3 here, work with the board to establish a clear vision for the school district. Okay, he's nodding his head. He's good on that one. Number 5, provide data to board members so that data-driven decisions can be made. Okay, that one's good. Number 7, inform the board of all critical information, including relevant trends, anticipated adverse media coverage, or external, internal changes. Okay. When we come back and talk about communication protocols, we'll talk about like how you do that. And then number 9, communicate with board members promptly and effectively. Okay. Now let's go back to Scott's list and board members. Do you have any questions about his expectations of you? Number 2, a willingness to share the success and failures of the school system with the superintendent. I can't see all of you, so you'll have to speak up if you have questions about that. Hearing none. Willingness to abide by your own rules, policies, and code of ethical conduct. I already know all of you well enough to know that that's not going to be a problem. You're willing to do that. Number 9, a willingness to participate in professional development activities at the local, state, and national level. I happen to know that NSBA's national conference is going to be in New Orleans this next year. That might be fun if you have the money on a national level, but any questions about that? Okay. Number 10, effort to foster unity, harmony, and open communications within the board. This really feeds into those effective partnerships that we were talking about between the board for collaborative governance. And then finally, number 15, practice avoiding surprise items at board meetings. Any questions or anything on that one?
I just wanted to say that 4, 10, and 15 were the same as our agreement last year. That's just an interesting point.
That is interesting. Okay, so the heart of this conversation then is this main agreement that recognizes your necessity to function together as a leadership team and to ensure that there's unity, so and effective and group agreements. So therefore, you're going to adopt some kind of agreements. I'm just curious if these elements I'm going to go ahead and make this 100% now that I don't have to show the whole list, to see if it's a little easier for you to read these. If there's anything in any of these collaborative governance statements or these communication agreement statements that you want to change, or if they are fine as they are. So let me know what your thoughts are on any of those. They're not any different than what they were last year.
Trying to remember if we changed them. I didn't actually look to that point when I was looking at it earlier.
I don't recall that you did, Jonathan. I can certainly go into my folder and pull up last year's.
Yeah, I was looking for it in my email right now, but I didn't find it just yet. So. Yeah. If anybody has our existing one open, I don't know, Jen, if you did we change anything last year?
I have it. Oh, I have the 2019-20 operating agreement open right now that we adopted in October of 19. That when we had Paul Peterson here, that we all did together as a group, and with our superintendent and assistant superintendent. Is that what you're asking for, Jonathan?
I was only asking if we changed anything out of collaborative governance or communication agreements from the template last year.
The only question I might have is, on number, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Number 1, just one of the questions I had was the modeling lifelong learning and collaboration. I mean, when I read that, what I'd rather see is something a little bit along the lines of a willingness to learn together, and modeling that behavior as well. I'm not sure what the standard would be for modeling lifelong learning. We consider ourselves lifelong learners, at least I do, but I don't know, I'm not sure as a board how we model that. We might be better served by modeling learning together and having a willingness to do that. Just my 2 cents. That's just what jumped out at me when I was reading this.
There's some agreement with the board. I could see changing that first statement to members of the board and the superintendent shall work together as a team with willingness to learn together.
I don't have any objection to either. I think I know what it's implying and what we're trying to say, and I support both messages. So.
Well, Scott, I if it jumped out at you, it definitely means something to you. So I want to get behind you and support you. Like Jonathan said, this is fine, but it obviously meant something to you. So I want to give you support there.
Thank you, Irv. Thank you.
I can make that change and send the document. It can be included in your packet for your August 10th meeting. And then, you know, you can certainly discuss any of this further, and you can certainly make any additional changes to it. But I'm happy to make that change to item number 1 in collaborative governance.
So just to follow up with Jonathan on his question, the original, the collaborative governance and communication agreements, there were no changes made from the OSBA recommendations to our adoption. But I just wanted to answer that question for Jonathan, so we can go from there.
Thank you.
Thanks, thanks, Shelley.
Sure.
I didn't think there were.
No, but
from my memory, but I work with a lot of boards, and so you can't trust my memory to remember what each board did.
It's good to clarify, though, for sure.
It is, absolutely. Okay, I'm not trying to rush you, but I'm also not hearing anything else of any concerns.
Renee?
Yes, Jen.
Can I just speak to that? I don't know if Scott feels strongly, but I like keeping the word modeling, because I think that's important for the work that we do is to model. So if we could say modeling a willingness to learn together, which is I think what Scott had originally, something along those lines. And I don't know what you want to do with and collaboration. I mean, it is a collaborative governance, so you could either take that out, or we could
it's kind of redundant to have collaboration.
I like modeling a willingness to learn together. I think that's excellent.
Thanks, Janet.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for correcting that. I wrote it down in my notes.
I'm glad you said that, Janet. I was kind of feeling the same thing, as modeling is the verb there. So let's keep it in there.
All right, this sounds good. You guys have been at this for, 2 hours and 42 minutes by my notice. And I believe Jonathan said you had something more to do in your meeting tonight, that a second item that he wanted you to take up. So if you are content with this, we have worked out your superintendent evaluation tonight, and we have worked out your board superintendent agreement for the year. And we'll get those documents sent to you, Sarah and I. She'll get the superintendent evaluation agreements that you made tonight sent to you, and I'll send you the board operating agreement, and then you can take them both up in August. Any closing questions for Sarah and me, and then we will leave your meeting and you can continue on with your other item.
Just really quick, do we need to sign the agreement like we did last year? I know we were in person last year and we have all these signatures.
Yeah.
Or shall we just have a copy of those?
I think your board vote is sufficient. So when you vote in August, if you vote to adopt this agreement as it is in your packet, or as you may modify it in the August meeting, I think that is sufficient, that you don't actually need to sign it.
Thank you. I think our next topic, we may have had a couple of questions for you, Renee or Sarah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we'll stick around.
If you wouldn't mind sticking around just a little bit, I would appreciate it. But I just wanted to say that before I then opened it back up. Anybody else have any questions on the agreement that we just finished? Okay. So my understanding is we'll take both of those up along with the question of the evaluation process at our August meeting. That's what you're recommending, and that's what I'm hearing. So, any board members have any concerns with that? Okay. Right. Well, next up is we talked at several meetings actually over the last several months about this question of our budget committee policy. as a result of that, we actually talked about policy review in general. And one of the things that came up during policy review was putting together sort of a, well, I'll call it an informal process for the board to kind of look at and discuss any board member concerns with policies. That's basically what we had laid out. But it came up during that process that there may be some concern about, are we actually following our process, which is modeled after and almost probably identical to the OSBA recommended policy BF. Do I have that right? I think it's BF. So the question I think on the table is this. We have a policy that outlines that the superintendent will bring recommended policy changes to the board. What we had talked about was the board talking about policies that there might be some concerns with and making recommendations to the superintendent, which our policy allows us to do as I read it. But then the question I think of concern is, are we inherently changing the policy we've already adopted, BF, in doing so? Or are we fully within the bounds of BF by working as a board to make recommendations back to the superintendent, which he then could work and draft policy updates that would come back for official readings and an eventual vote. So that's kind of the background in a nutshell. And I guess we're looking maybe for a little bit of guidance if you've got it regarding that, because we don't want to misstep here.
Okay, so I went ahead and since you said you were going to talk about policy, I went quickly to your policies and did bring up this particular one, which is the adoption and revision of policies. It talks about your process.
Right.
You recognize that it's your responsibility, and that anything that is proposed is going to come to you in writing. It's not going to be verbal. You know, a proposed change is going to be, and then you have these 1, 2, 3 steps that you've agreed to abide by. And then this is your BFC, which is, you know, adoption and revision of policies. And so I thought that that was the one that you were probably talking about. It doesn't say that it has to be limited to the superintendent bringing this forward, you know, any policies that, you know, are considered. But it does say that if somebody wants to propose a change, that they're going to do it in writing and send that to the whole board. Some boards have policy committees that are a subset of the board that are charged with looking at specific policies, and then that committee makes a recommendation to the board. And this committee normally has included in it district personnel that can give feedback to the board on any particular policies and how they are playing out. And so that those would be persons that Scott would identify to be in that committee, that subcommittee with the board, to consider any policies that you might want to change or do anything with. I'm not sure, you have this board policy development policy as well, which is your BF. That is here. This is just any kind of new policy. Basically, this isn't a revision of old ones. And so this is another one to consider in, again, it's basically submitted in writing and they can't be, you know, outside of the laws and so on and so forth. It's a good recommendation on anything new that you get legal counsel to review it, to make sure that you're not doing anything outside of the law that sounds good, but isn't appropriate.
I think, Renee, one of the things that threw us is the last large paragraph, first sentence, basic responsibility for initiating, reviewing, and recommending new policies or policy modification will rest with the superintendent. So I think that's the sentence that had us maybe giving pause to what seemed like a straightforward approach, but then might possibly be problematic. So
Problematic how? I'm not sure that I'm following, because the next sentence says that any new policies or changes may be proposed by any board member, group, organization, staff member. So I'm not sure where the trouble lies for you. Can you expand?
Well, I think I read it the same as you, but there was some concern within the board that this might be a violation of policy or a misstep on our part should we be sort of proposing changes, because it says the basic responsibility lies with the superintendent. So at least that's my understanding of the concern that was raised.
I think that that language is in there because in most instances when changes or new policies are necessary, it's because the superintendent who works with your policies day in and day out is aware that something needs to change. And board members aren't involved in, beyond the A, B, maybe even some of the C section, the board members aren't really intimately involved in the other policies. I mean, you need to be aware of them, you need to follow them, but all the financial policies, the personnel policies, the student policies, all of those kinds of things are mostly following under Scott's purview and his responsibility to ensure that the policies are enacted. And when he sees that there's something needs to change, then it's his responsibility to inform you of that, for getting that process started, for recommending any new policies or recommending any policy changes, because he's operating in them all the time and you're not going to know if you need to change a finance policy necessarily. So I think that's the intent of that language, is that it falls on him. Now, but you're not excluded from that process by that second sentence, which then allows board members to bring it forward. I remember when I was on my board, and it was, I mean, it wasn't brought forward by a board member, but a whole new policy on these things called cell phones that were suddenly showing up in schools, and cell phones that had cameras. Because remember, I was a board member in the previous century, and we needed to have a policy because nobody had one on cell phones. And so it was actually brought to the board's attention at a board meeting that we needed to have this. And it was actually our high school principal that recommended it to the superintendent because of the challenges that were happening at the high school. So if you're seeing that that basic responsibility contradicts the next sentence, then you can certainly change this language.
Yeah, I don't know that I read it that way, but I do think I can appreciate why it could be interpreted that way, maybe as a way to phrase that.
So I know that Jennifer, you were able to chat with Leslie a little bit this week. Did she give any insight into this particular topic, or was it related to a different policy?
I asked her about two policies, and on this one, the question was, well, I can actually just find her response. We're talking about BF and BFC, right?
Yeah, this one that's up right now is BF for the basic responsibility statement. Did you chat with her about that?
Yeah, I asked her if there had been, that I said that we had readopted in 2017, and I asked her if there had been any OSBA recommended updates since then, and she said there has not been any updates. There is not much that changes regarding policy development and adoption. Consistency in following board policy is best practice.
So maybe
go ahead. Please go ahead. I'm not sure what to say.
So maybe the question on the table is this: what does it sound like it's reasonable if one or more board members say have a concern about a policy that we added as a discussion, and then we discuss said policy, and if there's, say, a majority of the board and somebody makes a motion that we want to recommend to the superintendent to review said policy along with whatever concern we've stated, superintendent would then possibly go off and recommend specific modifications, maybe have it reviewed by legal, et cetera, and bring it back with specific text at that point. Is that following the spirit and or letter of this, or are we kind of off in the weeds?
I think it's getting at the latter. I mean, the spirit of it. I'm looking at this. This one is your BFC, which is, you know, policies that are already in place, any adoptions or revision of them, and the conversation has to start somewhere. So it says right here that proposed policies or amendments will be presented as a board agenda item in the following sequence. But I think even before getting to first reading, what you talked about is that discussion piece. That somebody is proposing this, put it on the agenda as a discussion piece and say, well, gee, I think we need to take another look at policy A, B, C, D, E. And, you know, this is why, as a board member, I think we need to take another look at policy A, B, C, D, E, and share, you know, have the discussion then as a board. And then if it feels like that there's good rationale for changing this policy, then I think that you go back to your superintendent and ask your, oh, I hate the way this little black thing comes down on my screen, and have a conversation, you know, with your superintendent to bring something proposed in writing. And then it becomes a first reading at that point, once you have something in writing.
Is there,
So I have oh, go ahead.
One more question, Shelley, and then I'll let you guys go. Should the boards try to speak as a board through a motion, second, and a vote, or should we just have a conversation and let the superintendent interpret it how they choose?
Well, it's always best to direct your superintendent with a vote, you know, because then there's no question around what the will of the board is. So if in the discussion around policy A, B, C, D, E, it appears that there's strong rationale for making some changes to that particular policy, then I would recommend at that point that a motion be made that you send that said policy to the superintendent to bring back a revision, a proposed policy change according for a first reading. And if you have the committee, you could also just send it to the committee. If you did have a subcommittee, policy subcommittee, and let them work on the language and bring that back for a first reading.
and that's, I'll just be real quick. That's what I was going to suggest, is there might be opportunity, there might be reason to differentiate between policies that are school policies that affect, that Scott would specifically speak to, and potentially policies that have to do with how the board does its work that he may or may not have interest in getting tangled up in, and that we as a board just need to decide how we want to operate, and then that might be best going to a committee.
Yeah, it might be. Shelley,
With that,
did you have, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished,
No,
Janet. I didn't mean to cut you off.
it's okay, I'm done.
Okay. Shelley, you had something you wanted to say a little earlier.
Yeah, so in policy BF is the board policy development. And I find, I mean, when I read this and I read BFC as well, and the other policy, there is some conflicting language that that these policies kind of work against each other a little bit. You know, if we do one policy, we're kind of not following the other policy. And I'm wondering, you know, there was this idea that we had talked about as a board, I think it was last month, maybe, or the month before, that we wanted to have, it was basically the approach that we wanted to take as a board, but we didn't vote on it. We didn't, you know, say, let's do this. We just kind of put it out there. We're like, yeah, that seems to work. You know, it in my mind, it changed the actual process of the policies, the actual, you know, physical process of it. So for example, right here, I have policies. This was the approach that was thought. Policies of interest are sent to you, Lori McLaughlin. We appointed, Lori volunteered her time to say, I'll help with the policy modifications. And we're like, great, thank you, that's great. And so we kind of came up with an idea of the policies that any of us or anybody has an interest are sent to Lori to keep a track of a master list. The board would review and prioritize the list during a meeting, possibly multiple times throughout the year. Any policies the board agrees to revisit or consider updates to would then be assigned to a lead board member. This might be Lori, it might be another board member. The board member would work with OSBA, our superintendent, and possibly other board members and or relevant parties to draft updates to the policy. The updated policy would then be reviewed by the board and have several readings, and 3 is correct. The board and the community then have a chance to provide feedback. Ultimately, the updated policy will come up for a vote after the prescribed readings or discussion. If approved, the policy becomes official. If not approved, we essentially start the process over again. But so my question is, in the idea that we want to, any of us board members who have a question about a policy, sending it to Lori McLaughlin and her keeping the track of the master list. And then we prioritize the policies, and then anything that, you know, we prioritize, the board member, which would be Lori, would work with OSBA and the superintendent, and possibly other board members, and then review the update or reword the policy or whatever. That to me right there is a process that is not following in what our policy already says we should do. Like, it's changing up the actual process. So in BF, for example, the basic responsibility for initiating, reviewing, and recommending new policies or policy modification will rest with the superintendent. Well, that's not the idea that we came up with last month. We came up with a whole new idea. And it also doesn't fall into the place to a certain degree in the language of policy BFC as well. Adopting new policies and changing or repealing existing policies is the board's responsibility. Well, okay, so that matches. So my question is do we need to change the language? I'm happy with the new process because we all agreed on it. It's kind of a nice process that we all agreed upon. But my question is before we dive into all of these policies that we want to look at, do we need to change the language in policy BF or any other policy to conform to that new process that we want? Because this process doesn't match that one at all. So that's my question, is do we need to adopt that new process in new language in BF first, and then be on our merry way to look at other policies? Or do we, you know, abandon that and follow this policy, you know, this process? That's my question.
Okay, good question.
Thank you.
and my first gut instinct is, yeah, you have to change a policy if you're going to change a process, because the policies that you've adopted are the, you know, for lack of a better term, they're the laws of Silver Falls School District. Right. And so you have stated this is our process and this is how it's going to work. And I would advise you to reach out to the OSBA policy department again. I know that Jennifer did that initially, and but I would get their advice because they are more expert in this than the board development department is. Okay. And so just have Lori do it, or you're good at it, whoever. I mean, you know, somebody just run it by you know, one of the policy department. Do you guys know Spencer Lewis? Are you guys familiar with him? Because he's now the director of our policy department. And so he's like the boss of the policy department. And then there's Rick and Leslie that work with him. And I know Leslie lives in your community. She's a member of the Silver Falls School District community.
Yeah.
And works for OSBA. So she might have special interest
Right.
in serving you perhaps. But
Mhm.
but anyway, just that would be my recommendation. But my gut says, yeah, if you're going to change your process that you've all kind of agreed to, you're going to have to change your policy to match it.
Right. Okay. So the first step that we should take, just to clarify and make sure that I'm not misinterpreting anything, is we should potentially have, since we agreed upon to have a board member, which happens to be Lori McLaughlin, have her contact OSBA and see the direction that we need to go in order to change the actual process policy. Because I feel like we're starting at the very, very beginning, that we have to change our process in order to move forward with all the other policies if we want to modify or change or whatever. Okay.
Are you guys familiar? Yes, Irv, just
Well,
go ahead.
Thank you.
Shelley, are you done?
I'm done. Yes. Thank you, Irv.
The only heartburn I have with that is in the past, OSBA always brought the policies that needed to be changes to the superintendent. The superintendent brought them to us, and we agreed or disagreed, and we changed them or didn't change them. Most of them were all changed on the recommendation from OSBA. What I don't want to do is spend a tremendous amount of time wordsmithing policies when we have so much work to do for the kids. And I'm concerned that we are missing valuable time doing what we need to do. If there's a policy that is just flagrant, yeah, we need to look at it. But these policies have worked for years. They've been changed. Board members come and go. And if every board cycle we're going to be changing policies, that gets to be really a lot of redundance and a waste of time, in my opinion.
Thanks, Irv. I do think there's two sort of things on the table here. One of them is, what's the process look like should one or more board members have concerns with a policy that they'd like the board to discuss? And the second is, what do we end up as a board actually recommending to the superintendent that we want to see changes being made, and or changing our policy itself so that we're directly building out new policy or modifications therein? Irv, I don't disagree with your point. I'm not sure I have near as many concerns about maybe very many policies. I'm not sure how many policies this board would actually ultimately recommend changes to, speaking as a whole board. Having said that, I do want to give deference to the concerns that were raised, and I want to make sure we're following process. And I totally welcome Lori working with OSBA, Spencer, or others to figure out if what we were doing is of concern to them, or if what we're doing is essentially following the process and filling in the details between the lines, which is how I interpreted it, obviously. So,
could I throw out something that may strike a happy medium, maybe? Because I think on BF, those first two sentences in that paragraph, that final paragraph about the basic responsibility resting with the superintendent, and then new policies or changes in existing policy may be proposed by any board member. So I'm wondering if we can find a place, because I think, and Shelley, if I misspeak for you, correct me, but there was such a detailed process that started to feel different than that.
Right.
And so, because I do see value in Lori or a board member being someone in communication with Scott about, hey, these are some areas, these are some board policies that we would like to consider reviewed, because, you know, Janet alluded to earlier, there may be policies that are specific to the board that that could use some investigation. I know that there's a couple of policies that we we need to bring forward, HR needs to bring forward to you to get done. And that responsibility should rest with Scott and myself, because they're important and we need to get some ARs written for them. So I'm trying to figure out a way within this BF policy, within these 2 sentences, to find a place where we can have it rest with the superintendent, but also express that the board is interested in some policy review without such a process that feels like it's violating that sentence.
Yeah. And
I mean, that's where I'm trying. So thank you for nodding, Shelley, because I think I kind of caught it.
You did, and I appreciate you speaking up. I just want to make sure that if we come up with ideas as a board, that they are, or a new process or something that works for the environment now in our district, because it certainly has changed from 3 years ago when a lot of these were adopted. I just want to make sure that, you know, we are following the policies correctly. And there's no hurt, there's no harm in looking at those and looking at that wording and just saying, is this what we're doing, or is this what we're not doing? And if it's not, let's change it. You know, let's make it what, you know, the ideas that we had a month ago. And I do appreciate that. And, you know, this is our job as board members. We create board policies. I mean, that's what we do. Scott Drew does everything else with his team. As a board member, we are to make sure our policies are correct in language and process in order for Scott Drew to do his job, and for us to make sure that the vision of the district is happening. So actually, this is board work. This is what we were elected to do. And, you know, I'm open to all ideas, but I'm going to bring up questions, and I'm going to question the policies that we have if we want to do new processes. And, you know, Irv, I'm sorry, but I disagree with you. I appreciate your comments, but this is our job, and we have to look at them. And if any one of us has questions, or anybody in the community has a question about a policy, they should have every right, according to our policy, BF, to bring it to our attention, or to bring it to the superintendent's attention.
Right.
Kelly, I totally agree. You know, like I told Scott, you don't make music by singing tenor or bass. It all comes together when everybody has a different part, right?
Yes, it does.
We don't all have to agree on the same thing per se, but if we can all get together and make music, my gosh, the kids are going to win, hands down.
Well, then let's implement music curriculum then. Let's do that. I'm all for that. Let's make music from the top down. Thank you, Irv.
And if I just say, I think the intent, and again, that just because it was well-intentioned doesn't mean it may not violate policy. So I want to be careful, but I think the intent was to possibly have Lori be kind of a collector.
Right.
And so and then taking that to, and maybe we just need to cut out a few steps of that outline to get to that has it rest with Scott. And then there's a prioritization there process. So those are, I think we can find it without drafting a new policy, at least I think.
No, and I agree. I don't think we need to draft an entire new policy, but we have to make sure our language and our policy is following up the actual process that we're implementing. So that's the only thing I want. And Dan, you're spot on in my book. We don't have to rewrite. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just make sure that language is modified to where we're following our process. Okay. That's it.
Jennifer.
Good to go.
So my question is Lori tasked now with this task?
If she's willing, I think it makes sense.
I would be happy to.
Okay, and then my next question is, are we going to talk about the budget committee policy or not?
Oh, yeah.
So the reason we brought up the first question was because it feels like the second one hinges on it. Having said that, my interpretation of policy is that we as a board are welcome to talk about policy as a discussion item. I see Renee nodding her head. So we certainly can have this conversation. And I think the outcome, as she stated earlier, should be a direction or not direction to Scott to consider possible changes to DBEA, as I think it was, our budget committee policy. Renee, I'm seeing head nodding. Are you?
Yes, you're right, Jonathan. I agree with your assessment of that. I just wanted to ask you if you guys are familiar with this document, and Debbie might know it perhaps more than board members would, but this is the OSBA Model Key Dates and Activities Calendar. And it lists out by each month activities for boards to undertake, and it's updated every year. So I'm seeing some nodding, like maybe you are familiar with this particular document. I'm going to scroll through a whole bunch of pages really fast because there's just a lot of reference information in here, and I want to get down to the specific months. So by each month in this calendar, they list board activities of what is recommended as good practice for boards. And then over on the side, it tells you whether something, on the other side, the legal references, whether something is required or whether it's just really highly recommended. As you go through this month by month and you look at the board's responsibilities, you're going to see that like right here, this one, review, update drug, alcohol, tobacco, prevention policies, rules, and procedures. So that's a recommendation for boards to look at that every year, that particular policy. And so it's going to identify for you certain policies that you should be looking at on an annual basis. It also goes on, and in other months, it will sometimes recommend, like here for July, they recommend that you review, revise, readopt as necessary board policies in sections A, B. And they don't have, this calendar doesn't recommend that you are looking at whole sections of policy every month, but kind of on an every other month basis, they're recommending that the board review certain policies to make sure that they're current and they're reflecting current district practices. So this is, this document that I'm sharing with you is an item that is purchased. So I can't just email it to you and give it to you for free. It's sold through our policy department. So if Debbie doesn't already have a copy of this, because a lot of board secretaries just have one of these every year, as just a matter of regular purchasing, you can certainly check with Debbie if one already exists for Silver Falls, but if not, I think it's like $125. Then following, the benefit of this too is that following the board activities, there's administrator activities and all of the laws associated with that. And so that exists for every month of different activities then that the board should do and that the administrator should do. And it just goes on and gives a whole long list. So I just wanted to point that out to you in this conversation about policies, because this document could be helpful as you work through a review of policies there in Silver Falls, of what you might want, how you might want to structure that conversation. So if you're all getting your individual items to Lori, and if you can coordinate with this calendar, perhaps you can then focus on certain sections in certain months. Lori, it looked like you had a question.
Yeah, I would like to ask Debbie. Debbie, do you have that document that Renee is referring to?
No, we've never subscribed to it.
Oh, okay.
I'll take it as an action item to work with Scott and Debbie on this question. I think I think there's a lot of merit to it and we should look into it.
Very good. Thank you.
I would agree. And in fact, that's a good reminder for me because I wanted to pivot back to the calendar that you put up earlier, Sarah, that had the word matrix calendar with all the months and all the activities. And oh my gosh, I would give my kingdom for one of those. So if it's possible for us to, you know, obviously we.
Yeah, to stay on task and to work things in a timely manner, I think that would be absolutely important to have.
Yeah, I already made a note because I saw your enthusiasm, Janet. So I made a note to go ahead and include it when I email you guys tomorrow with kind of like a follow-up email.
Thank you.
So that calendar, what it has inserted in it is a lot of the elements from that model key date calendar that is sold. Doesn't have everything, but it has a lot of that information in it, as well as general recommended board best practices. So typically we just send it to you as completely blank, you know, and you just put in your own stuff. So if you want the filled out one, we'll have to do some modification on the superintendent evaluation line because that information may not align with the calendar that you guys have agreed to in Word tonight, not in vote. So we'll have to update those elements in the superintendent evaluation. If we send you the full one.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, I think we should migrate to the question of the budget policy itself, DBEA. There were several board members that said it should be reviewed. I think there was general unanimous consent the last time we discussed it as a board that we should talk about it. There were some specific recommendations made by a few board members, and I'll open up the discussion portion of it now. And I guess anybody who would like to present their thoughts on it, now is a great time to do that.
Just to interrupt quickly, Jonathan, are you going to still need Sarah and me?
Sorry, no, I think you can drop now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a wonderful evening. It was great to see you all.
Thanks, Sarah. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
I'm sorry, but I had to leave for just a minute, the meeting for just a minute. So Jonathan, can you just repeat what you were requesting just a minute ago, or just what the discussion?
Sure. I think basically what I had done is I had just opened it up for discussion on DBEA. If any board member has something they would like to share, thoughts, concerns, anything that might ultimately culminate in a motion to recommend to Mr. Drew that he considers any specific changes to that policy per our current policy BF and BFC.
Thank you very much for that. Well, I'd like to start. So there are several, the history of DBEA policy has brought up several questions and concerns when we have, as a board, taken applications from community members you know, appointing community members to our board. And there's been questions about, certain genders didn't get appointed to the board. There's, not ethnic diversity on there. I think there was just I can't remember all the specifics. And I think Jennifer has really got a grasp on this, a few years ago when we had some issues. But there were some questions about the longevity of people being on the budget committee. There was, let's see, I'm trying to look at my notes here. We also, when Jennifer and I got on the board, the idea came up to have applicants come and introduce themselves to the board. That had never happened before. And so that's not in our policy, that we have them come and just like you, Jonathan, did, you came and, you know, introduced yourself to the board and, you know, filled out an application, and that had never been done before. And so that's something new that's not in our policy that's, that I think we should have in there. I don't know, it's just my opinion, but I wanted to add a few other, you know, things like ethnic diversity. You know, we have quite a bit of culture in our district, and I want to recognize that. There was also some questions about, of course, the longevity. I do have some concerns about that. There were new people that were fully qualified to be on the board, on the budget committee. And it followed our policy. They followed our policy, but the board decided or voted to have people back on the board that had already fulfilled, you know, their consecutive years, their 3-year consecutive terms. There's just several things that I'd like to submit to, or that I'd like to share with Scott or submit my questions or concerns. And I have a full document of it. So I think it would be a good idea to submit that. So yeah. And then also BF, I'd like to have BF looked at as well, and BFC. So
Sure.
that's it.
So a couple of things I'll mention there. So as far as BF and BFC goes, the next step I think is that Lori is going to coordinate with OSBA and get some guidance on whether or not, you know, filling in the details is sort of needs to go into policy, or whether that can sit outside of policy. I think that's the question on the table, and we need to find that out.
Okay.
So I don't know that we need to talk about those two tonight or make specific recommendations.
Okay.
Let's let Lori do that next step maybe, and then convene on that question. That seems reasonable to me anyway. As far as DBEA, there's sort of two routes we can go as a board. And one of them is that absolutely there's nothing to preclude any board member from sending Scott a recommendation regarding any policy, right? That's right in the policy BF and BFC. So there's nothing to preclude that. So Shelley, more than welcome to send him your thoughts. If we want to speak as a board to make a recommendation, that's what we would need to do in terms of a discussion. And if there's not a significant amount of desire to have that discussion, we don't need to have it, all right? I mean, everybody's time is precious. So we can choose to have a conversation and see if we ultimately culminate in a board voice to Mr. Drew, or I think alternatively, we can wish each other good night, and individually we can send Scott our thoughts on that, and he can take it and ultimately possibly bring back recommendations to the board or not at his discretion. I'm seeing your head nod, Shelley. It sounds like you're in agreement. Okay, Jennifer.
I just want to give my 2 cents. I have, you know, been in favor of at least discussing this policy for a while now, because I find it almost impossible to follow. The part that's, can I share my screen?
You can.
Oh, yay. I have the power. So the part that I have highlighted right now is the problematic part. By the way, I'm seeing, says the board will announce the vacancies and receive applications from interested persons during the month of July. We did do the first part of that, but we have not sent out for applications. So we may need to consider that. But then the next part is the problematic part. It says an effort will be made to solicit applicants from throughout the district with consideration given to factors such as gender, occupation, and place of residence within the district. So I think the problem that comes up is, are we using that criteria to select our people, our budget committee members, or are we using it to solicit applications? And to me, it reads solicit applications. However, to me, it also has put myself in an impossible situation trying to balance gender, occupation, and place of residence along with this 2 consecutive 3-year term ideal that isn't a required. So if it's not required, I'm not sure why we put it in there, because it just makes people mad if people don't vote that way. So it's very, very difficult to follow this policy in my estimation. So that's my 2 cents.
I want to say thank you, Jennifer and Shelley, for stating what you have. One of the things that I've been working on, and Jonathan knows about this, is that it's kind of a domino effect. So we have this policy in front of us, and I would agree with the observations that Jennifer provided. I'm wondering if some of these things can be worked into the application. And I have provided, and thank you, Janet, for being my second eyes, to Mr. Drew and Debbie about some of the things that I'd like to see in the application a little different, to clean it up, to give it a facelift, not to alter the heart of it or the concept of it. The other thing is that I'm wondering how much of that we can weave into the application and then maybe delete some of it in the actual policy presented. Does that make sense, Jennifer, as far as cleaning it up in some areas? Because
it does to me.
Not that it's, yeah, it to me, it's not it's a complete fix, but I think that can be helped. The other thing I wanted to mention is that if we start back at the application, which is kind of the cue for somebody to say, hey, I'm interested, blah, 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 and have them go from there, I think we do need to look at that. Janet and I worked on that. There is a copy available to the board. And it's basically just to clean it up. And, but I think we could add possibly some of the things that Jennifer mentioned, to give it a little bit more concise reading. Also, I'm going to throw out to the board, and I'm debating whether or not to make a motion, but I would love to see this translated, the application in Russian and Spanish, to represent equity, inclusion, and to show that we are acutely aware of our diverse community. And if we do that on the board book, I think that would be a good step for us to kick off from there. So should I make a motion? Or should I just talk about it? And I'm not sure what Mr. Drew, I don't want to step on anyone's toes.
Right. No, I think that, well, it's a great idea for starters. And I think if you would like to make that motion, I would certainly entertain it. Having said that, I suspect all we need to do is nod our heads, and they're going to probably do it. If that's what we're all thinking, I don't think we'll get a lot of pushback. But,
I would want feedback on the Russian, the necessity of the Russian translation. My school district translates everything into both of those languages, so that's what I'm used to. I just wonder if that is, I don't know. I guess maybe Kevin Palmer would be a good one to chime in on whether that's a need.
Well, I can weigh in on it, having worked with and around it at Butte Creek, for years and years and years. The Russian families all speak fluent English currently. They didn't used to, right? When I was a kid, it wasn't the case. Today, it's universally almost, I would say, the case, and the in fact, they're really working really hard to teach their kids Russian, as it turns out. So it's not, I think it would be largely more symbolic than practical, but having said that, I have no qualms with it. But again, I think most of the families are fluent in English.
With our new Parent Square app, either of those options should be relatively easy and should become the expectation for all communications.
Right. Makes sense. Makes complete sense to me. And there's a lot of things translated into all 3 languages at Butte Creek for that very reason. So I'm seeing lots of head nods. I don't think there's going to be any objection to that recommendation, Lori. motion or no motion. But,
Okay.
And Debbie, if you can just make sure that we add that to our processes with, you know, if Derek McElfresh is someone who's, you know, kind of maybe the deliverer, we just make sure that we notate that. I'm sure that won't get lost, but if you could, since you help with that process, that'd be great.
Will do.
Okay, so no motion is needed.
I mean,
And-
if you'd like to make one, we can make it official. I'm just pointing out, I'm pretty sure they're going to do it anyway.
Oh, is that right? You're going to do it anyway?
Okay, I'll stop talking. If you'd like to make the motion, feel free.
Okay, I make the motion that we have our application for board-appointed committees offered in Russian and Spanish on Board Book.
So moved.
I'll second. Oh,
Go ahead, Shelley.
lots of second.
Seconded by Shelley.
Go for it, Shelley.
Any discussion? All those in favor, let's see, I can see all of you. So all those in favor signify with a thumbs up. Those opposed? Perfect. Motion passes unanimously. Thanks. Okay, so that was one element of this. That's the application getting translated. There's also a recommendation of a draft, which we could either review in detail tonight, or we could have that be simply a recommendation made to the administrative team to evaluate on their behalf and send before sending it out. How would you like to proceed, having authored the draft, Lori and or Janet?
Well, Janet, you were part of this too. I would like it to be brought up just right now, if we can flash it and have everybody see it. And then because it's going to have to go to Mr. Drew anyway, I believe.
Well, it'll have to be disseminated from that team. Debbie will probably be the one to get it.
Okay. So if we could see the drafting edge on it and see if there's anything that's missed or overlooked, I would appreciate it.
So I have it open on the laptop next to the one I'm actually using Zoom. So if somebody else has it handy, that'd be great for sharing it. Because I can't share it from that.
Is it on Board Book?
It is, yeah.
I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Thanks, Debbie.
Go,
Thank
Debbie.
I'll just make one more, while Debbie's doing that, one more comment about the budget policy that I'll just send to Scott in the second to last paragraph. As your resident grammarian, the first sentence is just a wreck. So I'm just going to rewrite that sentence. It won't change anything of substance, but there are so many prepositions in the wrong place. It just makes me break out into hives. So I'll send that to Scott.
Perfect.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. Hold on.
No, I think isn't that it? That's the application.
Okay. Oh, I've got too many screens open.
So why don't we sort of work our way down it and Lori maybe summarize pertinent changes for us, and then we can talk to them.
Well, Janet, is this the one that you worked on as well?
Yes, I think so. And I just made, again, just grammatical, there are duplicate words, nothing of substance, just kind of cleared up some of the language. And I don't know what changes you had made, Lori, before that.
Well, I think some of it.
And we do need to figure out, I guess, go ahead.
I was going to say grammar isn't my strong suit, as you know, but some of them had to do with the dates, addressing it, you know, the superintendent. I believe that I made a few changes again on the questions, but again, it is, and then it comes to the final, if we go down to the bottom of page 2, and here's another domino piece to it. If you are selected to the budget committee, you will be asked to sign a decorum working agreement with the board. And that's something that we need to approve so we can have it ready for our applicants to sign, which is also something we had been working on.
Right.
So Is
So
there,
I think,
So I'm going to ask a
I
question.
was just
Lori.
gonna,
Sorry, Janet. There's a delay, I'm
no,
afraid.
go ahead. Go ahead.
The substantive changes, right? So I looked at the change bars, and is that all of the changes, or were there changes made before change bars were turned on? That was my question, because I didn't pull them up into a side-by-side, paragraph by paragraph.
All of the blue is what was submitted to me. I tried to make it easier, but I fear that I made it messier. You know, the things that are crossed out were replaced next to it. And there was, all of the changes that were submitted to me were made by Lori and by Janet. So all the blue is will be the changes.
So the most notable one is we do need, at least for this purpose, that we need a date by which we need to receive applications if we're going to stay on our schedule. So that's been crossed out but not replaced. And I didn't know what date we needed them by. And then the rest of them were just, again, sort of syntax corrections. And the application itself, you know, these are sort of the instructions. The application itself really asks for name, address, if you have kids in the district, and then really an explanation as to why you think you would be a good fit. And so I think the most substantive issues for us tonight, just in the interest of time, are what date do we need people to turn it back to us by? And then are there other questions that we would wish to add to that application, you know, especially with respect to what Lori was just saying? Is there any way we can address some of the wonky language in our policy with questions in this application? And that can be tricky because you don't necessarily ask questions about things like, you know, gender and ethnicity. So, you know, you have to be very careful there.
Right. So let's start with one that may be hopefully easy to tackle, a date. What if we just did the end of August? I mean, right now we're in the middle of, you know, COVID disaster, but that gives us an entire extra month. It looks like the previous date was August 2nd. So what about the end of August? We should still have plenty of time to appoint budget committee members before I suspect we will be in dire need of starting up next year's budget. That's just a hunch, but.
I think that's fantastic.
Does Debbie want to weigh in?
Yeah, that I can get that on the calendar. And I think we did have, in this last year in 20, we pushed it all the way to November. I don't recall the reasons why, but we did have to keep pushing it. So that was at the board's discretion.
Right.
So if we, I guess my question is, do we want to go to the end of September? I just think that there's so much that's going to happen between now and starting school up, and Debbie's going to be really busy. But that's just a thought.
Yes, my only issue with that would be, what role do we foresee? We talked about sort of a budget subcommittee, right? That Scott would appoint, and what role do we see them playing? And is it important to have that be a new committee because sort of the cycle has come to a close, or how do we feel about being the existing committee? I guess I would be in favor of getting it done in September. Our meeting in September is not until the 14th, so that is relatively late in the month. So it gives us plenty of time if the applications are in by the end of August. But to your point, I don't want to overburden Debbie, but well, I think if we can get it done, we should get it done.
I could do as soon as, you know, we want to make the changes to this application, I can get that on the website. We can announce it that way. And I can do a closing date, the last date in August. That'll give me time to gather them, give you all, you know, look on the map, how I give you the map of where everybody resides, and gather all that information for you.
Well,
and for that work group, I don't see that as being necessarily, you know, you could start with some, when that gets going, you could have some existing budget committee members potentially some new ones, and that might be a great training ground for some new ones to learn from some previous ones potentially there. Because I don't think that work group's bound to totally budget committee members, just people that have an interest in this aspect of running the district.
We can always extend the deadline. So I think it makes sense to do it in August if that's, you know, it gives us more options, I guess, to do it at the end of August.
Okay.
Okay. The other substantive change on this, I think, was the idea that they're going to be required to sign the decorum agreement. Is that correct, or am I missing one that's more substantive?
Mhm.
Rest of the board feel, do you think that's just putting the cart in front of the horse, or do you think it's good to just at least have that acknowledgement in the application? I sort of think it is, then it isn't a surprise and it doesn't have to be explained.
Are you talking about the decorum working
Right.
agreement? Yeah, I think actually if it's ready to go, we should put it with the application, and that way it's a full thing. It's up front, it's right there, and everybody knows about it. So if it can be with the application, I'm for that. And that way we can have it as one clean packet of you know, to distribute.
Jonathan, can I speak?
Yes. Sorry, I was looking at the draft decorum agreement on my other screen. Go
I
ahead.
know, that's why I use my voice. So one of the things that I don't think we did do, and maybe Debbie will correct me if I'm wrong, last year, but we did the year before, I think, was we gave, along with the application, kind of an overview of what the budget committee is. I think we got it from OSBA or something like that. I don't know that we did it last year, but if we're going to include the decorum piece, I would think that that would be equally as important to describe the role, because people might not really understand the role when they sign up.
I could do that.
That's a good point, Jennifer. I remember that.
There are links that I could supply that'll take them right to OSBA, kind of like what to expect as a board member.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
So with the application, we'll also have the decorum working agreement and to expect. So that's a very nice packet to offer those who are interested in being a part.
So can we talk a little bit about history? And I think that the reason why that bit about where you live is important, well, it was important to at some point for some board to put in the policy that folks are solicited from different geographic regions in the district, is because we, you know, just like 23 short years ago, we were different school districts and then we merged into one. And so that was something important. So I'm just guessing that that's why it's actually in our policy. I'm wondering if we want to actually, I know Debbie does a really good job of telling us where people live on the map according to the zones, but if we change that in the application, would that, I guess, would that balance the need to have all of that language that's in our policy that is really hard to follow?
I think that's a great point.
Jennifer, can you summarize, because I think I'm reading between the lines where you're going with that, but can you make it crystal clear so that everybody knows exactly what you meant by that?
Well, I mean, this wasn't my idea. This was, I think, Lori's idea to begin with, is beefing up the application to include some of those qualities that we should consider. Then we could take those qualities out of the policy so that we don't have these fights as to, well, you didn't vote properly because you didn't follow this. But if it's on the application and we have all agreed that these are good things to consider, then it might just be more practical. I don't know. That's just, I'm piggybacking on Lori's idea.
And Jennifer, you're spot on. That's exactly where I'm at with it. if we can be more comprehensive with the application, there will be less surprises and delay if a question arises otherwise. So
yeah,
I like-
I want to make sure that we're honoring the past, and I know that things are important to different people, and it was really scary going from these small K-8 districts into one big district. And I think we are somewhat past that point. It's been 23 years, but I still think it's important to consider that if we're going to make these changes. So I just wanted to put that out there.
So I'm trying to wrap it around to what our actionable items are here. I mean, it's a good discussion, but what I'm trying to get maybe my own head around here is, what is this going to translate into? I've heard a lot of good ideas. We've seen a draft modification to the application. We have a draft decorum document, which isn't being presented, but we all have, right? We've got it. It's on board book. It's been sent out for review. It feels to me like the steps, maybe in appropriate order, are to see, maybe even starting with the decorum agreement. Are we in agreement that that's a good idea as written, for example? If it is, then do we agree that it needs to be referenced in the application? Maybe a secondary question is, should we add all these questions to the application and make a recommendation to Mr. Drew to yank out some of those qualifications from said policy, right? Those are the things that are floating through my head, and I'm trying to figure out how we get this into actionable items so that we can get to a conclusion that we're all comfortable with tonight.
My feeling is, can we look at the working agreement, make it an actionable item, and approve it? Then that's part of the attachment, and then start looking at the actual application itself, because that's going to dovetail into it. It might seem, and then just go to the policy, and is the policy now cleaned up because of the application? That would be the order I'm thinking.
It sounds like.
Okay.
So I'll just throw my 2 cents out. I'm very happy with the working agreement decorum. I think it's a great idea. I think we should add it to the packet, the application packet. I'm a little concerned about removing items from our policy to put on an application that I don't know, can be changed, that an application can be changed so quickly with just a vote and not research. I don't know. I just feel like the policy, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think I understand this, but I really think that in the policy, we should keep some type of foundation of factors, such as gender, occupation, and place of residence. We still have, we have a large district, and I think we really do need to look at all the zones to try to bring, applicants in from those particular zones. I mean, Tom Buchholz said specifically with the last year, he said having a representative from Scotts Mills, the gal that he spoke about it, who was appointed to the board. And that's important to a lot of the outlying schools. So I don't know that I'm quite ready to take a lot of that language out and place it in an application right now. But with a little more research and discussion with our superintendent and maybe a committee, a policy committee, might be ready to do that at another date. Am I correct in that, or am I misinterpreting something?
Well, I mean, I don't think that was something to misinterpret. It just sounds like that's your thoughts, and that seems reasonable. Jennifer, it looks like you had something down.
So I don't have a problem either with I don't feel super strongly one way or the other, except for the fact that it is almost impossible to apply that criteria. So for example, the person that Shelley brought up, that she was elected or appointed for her 3rd consecutive term. And,
Right.
And that, I mean, it's the rub on all of that. Like I voted, didn't vote for somebody that was, would have helped balance the gender at one point, because that was the end of the 2nd term, but then we were way off on gender. So it's just, I don't know, that's what I want to say. Sorry, I don't have a proposal. That's what I'm trying to express.
How about if we do this from an order standpoint? What if we focus for just a moment on the decorum agreement? See if we process that. And then once we get done with that, we progress to the next logical step.
Thank you. I would be happy to make a motion for the decorum working agreement, if that's okay with the rest of you.
Well, you're welcome to make the motion regardless.
Oh, that's true. Okay. I make a motion that we approve the decorum working agreement proposed tonight.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the decorum working agreement? I assume everybody's had a chance to look at it. Do we need to bring it up? Anybody have any specific questions or concerns? Doesn't sound like it. So that being said, been moved and seconded. I'm pulling up my other screen here so I can see everybody, and making sure that I can actually see everybody. Okay, I can. Okay, let's do it the same way again, since I can see you all. All those in favor of approving the decorum working agreement as drafted and modified by Janet Maury, signify by saying, or sorry, thumbs up, because that's how I'll be able to see you. Thumbs up. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 thumbs up, right? Am I seeing it correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So that's everybody, unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Janet. Okay, with that said, I think we can proceed to the secondary question, which is the application, which we do need to solidify so that we can send it out. So are there any concerns? I'm going to start with two quick questions. Any concerns with the August 30th recommendation date? Anybody have a concern with that? Any concerns with mentioning, referencing specifically the decorum agreement on said application? Okay. Any concerns with any of the other draft changes that are in here, which largely was, syntactical or grammatical or dates or, other just generic modifications, with the exceptions of the two things we just mentioned, plus the a couple of additional qualifiers that were just mentioned, I think, in words. Debbie, actually scroll back down for a second. It's that section right there, right?
I think it would be smart to add what zone are you representing, just to have that for Debbie more than anything, but also it would give us an idea.
The only challenge I have with that, Lori, is just a logistical one. I'll bet most people don't know, and it's kind of awkward for them to figure out.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm fine then.
And we can figure it out because we know their address, so.
Oh, okay, that's true. That's true.
Okay. Having said all of those things, it sounds like we might be ready to accept the motion to approve the modifications to the application so that Debbie could have it to be sent out.
Janet?
Can I just make a quick comment?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the purposes of the conversation that was happening before with regard to that language, here's what I'm wondering if this would work, because we want to get this done. issues like gender, occupation, and place of residence should be reflected in the application. We could ask for a person's pronouns if we want to be sure of their gender. Their occupation, I think we asked for business address. We could easily put occupation in there. That's not a big deal.
Yeah.
And then place of residence, they're going to have their address. So those things are going to be captured. And I wonder if we, add in occupation and make sure we've gotten that information, get this done, and which is probably what you're already thinking, Jonathan. And then I think to Shelley's point about this language, and I agree with Shelley and Jennifer on this, I think this language is important because it speaks to an aspiration that we want to reflect the diversity in our community. And I think it's important to capture that in policy. But to Jennifer's point, not in such a way that we're tripping over ourselves trying to figure out, well, if I do this, then I can't do this. And if I pick this person, then I can't pick this person. So I think if we work on that separately over the next 30 days, while folks are filling out applications, we can come up with language that satisfies both those goals.
But if I could add that the policy is attached to our application. It's a part of it, I believe. It's referenced right here. So if that will be a changing document, will that be a problem?
We could
Here's
just,
our current policy. So I
we
think
could update the applicants
Okay.
if we make a change. I mean, that's a possibility.
I think you froze up, Janet. Sorry, I'm not seeing any movement or hearing you, but it is simply our current policy. I don't think we have any, I mean, we have to reference what we have until we don't have it, right? So
Okay.
I think that's reasonable. Okay.
So is it looking good? Like,
I would accept a motion to approve the application as modified with the date August 30th inserted specifically where we don't have one specified currently.
And adding in occupation?
Oh, right. Thank you. I think that's reasonable. Yes.
yeah.
So I would accept that motion with those slight modifications.
I'll make a motion that we accept the application with the modifications that our chair mentioned regarding occupation and date. And I think that's what so I make the motion that we approve.
Moved and seconded.
Okay, good.
Thanks, Lori. Thanks, Shelley. Any further discussion? Okay, let me switch over my other screen so I can see everybody. And we're going to do it the same way. We'll approve with a thumbs up. All those in favor, thumbs up on their screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Now, the last leg of this is the policy question. And I think what I've heard, maybe basic consensus here, is that there are some specific recommendations that people would like to work with Scott on, perhaps offline. I mean, I'm hearing that. That's what I'm hearing. So you guys tell me if you're thinking you'd rather have more discussion currently as a group.
I don't have any more discussion. I just would like to proceed with sending, or I'd like to get the support of the board to review this policy and potentially come up with modifications with the language. So that's it.
Perfect. So I think what the logical next steps are is if there are specific recommendations that are discussed, worked on, thought about prior to our next meeting, then they can certainly be suggested as a discussion item. If Mr. Drew, somebody makes a specific draft that we want to review, that's per our own policy as it stands today. So, okay. Any other business? I know we're all pretty rummy.
I did just want to mention that we do have some COVID-related policies that OSBA is either developing or they have one ready to go that you mentioned, or we heard from Dan that he's really looking for us to get approved. And so I wanted to just point out that our policy does talk about a three reads before we approve, but there's also a little exception language down below.
Right.
And so we probably want to consider that exception language with regard to the COVID policies that Jonathan and I will meet with Scott and Dan tomorrow, and we'll get that out as soon as we need to.
Thank you. That's a good update. And you're right. We'll have to think about that.
Yeah, I think we, based on the policy, what we looked at is a first read on the 10th and maybe a second read and adoption on the I think it's the 24th, potentially. I would like it to be in place before teachers return to work, whatever work looks like, just like that to be adopted or at least reviewed.
Thanks, Dan. Mr. Drew, anything from you before we close? Any concerns, questions, comments?
Jonathan, just really quick, in light of what Jennifer and Dan mentioned about a COVID policy coming, I just wanted to mention to you, do we have any other policies that we need to look at that, require looking at for, infection control or communicable diseases, things like that? I'm just mentioning that. Or is COVID going to cover, this is a specific COVID.
This is COVID related leave, and it's aligned to federal law in order, so it's leave related for employees. So very specific.
Okay.
So
yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And I think that even Scott, and correct me if I'm wrong, did I see you put something out about our policies that have to do with communicable diseases or something? I feel like you did.
Well, we have do you mean in terms of the plan that I shared today?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, we have a COVID-19 response plan that was done by our nurses, our nurse team.
Okay.
And that goes with our district plan. It is also inserted into each building level blueprint, a safety blueprint, but it's not a policy. It's a safety plan.
It's a plan. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification from both of you. Thank you.
Sure.
I'll just add that OSBA, I think, is keeping a close watch on this, and they are still developing their other policies that they're going to recommend. So we'll probably get informed when those are ready.
Right. Okay. Well, without objection, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.